All right. Welcome in. I just wanted to say I'm going to give it another 2 or 3 minutes just because people are still finding this location. But I am Sal Kimmick. I'm going to be co-moderating this session with Andy Martin. I wanted to say we've got a lot of really important and essential topics that we're going to be covering. Security is a major issue, but I also want to be very clear. This is not going to be a success unless it's a discussion. So I want you to have some great questions in mind. I'm sure that you already do. But let's make sure that these are not just talks, but actually produce some executable production. So that's all I'm saying. I just want to make sure, don't be on your laptops unless you're working for the White House and have some very important things to do. Really, let's pay attention in here because we've got a critical mass of people where we could have a really, really interesting and different open source security landscape in 2 to 3 years if we coordinate. That was my quick little lead to make sure that we had everyone in the room that we do need. If we are ready to go, I would like to welcome to the stage our first keynote, Anjana Rajan from the White House to discuss with us modern security.
Good afternoon. My name is Anjana Rajan, and it is such a pleasure to be here in London with all of you at State of Open. I especially want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting the White House to be part of this really important discussion. But first, I want to introduce myself. I am the Assistant National Cyber Director for Technology Security at the White House. And while these days I work on cyber policy, I am a cryptographer and an engineer by background. And in a lot of ways, I see the world of engineering and the world of policy being very similar because both require an understanding of complex systems. And cybersecurity is a mission-critical issue that affects us all. And let me tell you why. Before I joined the Office of the National Cyber Director, I was the Chief Technology Officer of one of the largest anti-human trafficking NGOs in the United States. One of our key programs was to run a national crisis hotline, which is a 24/7 emergency response service that was funded by the US government. Our hotline fields millions of calls from victims and survivors who are in highly dangerous and highly urgent crises. In December of 2021, my engineering team and I had to take our eyes off of our mission because we, along with nearly every other engineering team in the world, had to respond to the Log4Shell zero-day attack. Those initial days were, of course, really challenging because of the sheer time and resources it took to patch our systems as quickly and safely as possible. But it was actually the months afterwards that were even harder because we were just trying to grapple with how deep this vulnerability actually went. How could a piece of obscure open source logging code wreak so much havoc? I remember thinking to myself in those immediate moments, how many lives are we neglecting right now responding to this crisis? How much trust are we gambling with victims and survivors who hold us accountable to keep their confidential data safe? And how can I fully know that we've secured every inch of the cyber supply chain when I can't even see the edges of this incredibly complex ecosystem? These were the thoughts that were going through the heads of every technical leader of every major institution around the world. And it was clear that securing the software supply chain was a very urgent and very complicated problem that we were all accountable for. The Log4j incident was an inflection point for the US government because we realized that we had to have a resilient, safe, and equitable cyberspace. And that's precisely the mission of the Office of the National Cyber Director at the White House. We serve this mission in 2 ways. First, by focusing on the long-term strategic planning, and second, by executing on near-term tactics to mitigate existing vulnerabilities. And ultimately, our goal is to seize the momentum back from the adversary and reimagine cyberspace with an affirmative vision that is consistent with our values. When I was asked to join ONCD and to lead our open source software security work, I was honored to serve my country, and I was humbled to be part of a team that was doing this important work. At ONCD, we often say that a secure and resilient cyberspace is a national security imperative, an economic prosperity imperative, and a democracy imperative. And we must build policy solutions that sit at the nexus of these three pillars. And to us, nothing embodies this complexity more than the open source software ecosystem. When the US government thinks about open source, we inevitably think about the threats it poses. For example, we think about how hackers, backed by nation states, weaponized well-known pieces of open source software in an ongoing campaign that compromised organizations in the media, defense, and aerospace industries. We think about how certain governments exploited vulnerabilities in open source software to monitor and oppress ethnic minority groups. And so we see the ripple effects across our critical infrastructure when one open source component breaks. And understandably, we worry about how the risk interdependencies between technologies can be exploited by our adversaries and harm our national security. But in spite of these risks, I do believe that we need to think about solving this problem differently, with more nuance and with more optimism. Because open source software is a force multiplier for good as well. The same principles that make our software ecosystem crumble are the same principles that make it grow. With open source software, engineering now becomes composable. It means that once we solve a problem, we don't need to keep reinventing the wheel. It means that if a person builds product A, anyone around the world can use that to build product A plus B, which can become something even better. And that's a huge driver of our global economy. As many of you also know, open source is not just a technical attribute, it's an ethos and a philosophy as well. The open source community believes that software and data should be available and transparent for all, which means that the open source software ecosystem has become a key part of the human rights toolkit. For example, we see the open source software community in Ukraine banding together to scale cryptographic libraries to defend against Russian cyber warfare. We see social enterprises in the United States using open source software to increase secure internet access for underserved communities as a way of leveling the playing field. In essence, open source is a critical tool to shift power towards the stewards of democracy. And so we must defend the security, resiliency, and prosperity of this ecosystem. The Biden-Harris administration understands this critical mission. Within the first 6 months of our administration, the president signed Executive Order 14028, entitled Improving the Nation's Cybersecurity. This particular executive order emphasized for the first time that vulnerabilities in the nation's cybersecurity are not just limited to phishing attacks and data theft, but include upstream supply chain risks, including the integrity and provenance of open source software. 6 months after this prescient executive order was signed, the Log4Shell zero-day attack occurred. Cybersecurity experts have described Log4Shell as, quote, a near-apocalyptic zero-day event, end quote, and is considered one of the most serious open source vulnerabilities of all time. In response to this executive order, the White House convened the open source software community to discuss initiatives to improve the security of the open source software ecosystem and new ways to collaborate that could rapidly drive improvements. Following that executive summit, Chris Inglis, our US National Cyber Director, called upon the executive branch to join together to form an interagency working group called the Open Source Software Security Initiative, which I now co-lead. The goal of the Open Source Software Security Initiative, also known as OS3I, has a goal to convene public and private entities across the open source ecosystem to deliver policy solutions that will secure and defend this important part of the digital ecosystem. Our OS3I team spent 2022 identifying 4 major risks to the open source software ecosystem. First, open source developers have complex and opaque incentives that affect whether and how they prioritize security. Second, the organizations that aggregate and distribute most open source software face challenges in driving and enforcing modern security practices. And third, there is low quality data about software vulnerabilities that limits our ability to mitigate them in open source software. Now I'll pause here and say that it's worth noting that the US government has already been making significant strides to address these challenges. Our partners at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, for example, are leading the way on the development and adoption of software bill of materials, also known as SBOMs. Our partners at the National Security Agency have been engaging the private sector through their Enduring Security Framework. And our partners at the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Standards and Technology have long been considering the risks and opportunities in the open source ecosystem. The fourth risk driver that the OS3I identified is that memory-unsafe programming languages are a leading and underinvested cause of much of the world's software vulnerabilities. And this was something that really caught our attention and something I want to talk to you all about today. So what exactly is memory unsafety? Memory unsafety describes the underlying property of a programming language that allows programmers to introduce certain types of cybersecurity bugs that affect how memory is used both spatially and temporally. There are a few memory-safe languages that appear quite prominently in our critical systems, and those are C and C++. There are many types of memory safety errors, but let me give you a very simple example. Let's say I had a list of 10 items, and I wrote a program that called upon the 11th item. We would reasonably assume that the program would return an error because that item doesn't exist. But in a memory-unsafe language, the error check doesn't happen by default. And what happens instead is that it will return whatever value is currently stored in memory. So that means that you can accidentally read data that you shouldn't see, you can write data you shouldn't change, and you can access deleted data that shouldn't be available. And when you think about this at scale, that's a pretty catastrophic situation from a cybersecurity perspective. Now, you can certainly write your program to manually mitigate against these risks, but all an adversary needs is to attack your system is just one overlooked memory unsafe bug. This problem is daunting because so much of our critical software, especially in the government, is written in C and C++. And this just doesn't include open source software, this includes proprietary software too. Many of the big security vulnerabilities we've seen in the last few years are caused by memory unsafety. The Slammerworm denial of service attack from 2003, the Heartbleed vulnerability from 2014, and the WannaCry ransomware attack of 2017, just to name a few. Solving this problem will not be easy, but I have a few reasons to feel optimistic. The first reason I'm optimistic is because the technical solutions already exist. There are many memory-safe languages all across the tech stack that we can and should be using instead. If you're building an operating system kernel, use Rust. If you're building a network server, use Go. If you're a data scientist, use Python. If you're building an iPhone app, use Swift. We should be advocating for the developer community to shift to these other languages as soon as possible. The second reason I'm optimistic is because making the switch to memory-safe languages has an outsized impact. Research shows that for software written in memory-safe languages that switch to memory-safe languages will eliminate 70% of the software's critical vulnerabilities. Now, while there is no silver bullet for securing the software ecosystem, this is certainly a significant step in driving its resiliency. The reason this excites us at the Biden-Harris administration is because we're seeing how good engineering practices are driving good cybersecurity policy. If we think about this as a supply chain risk management problem, then our goal is to go as upstream as possible in the supply chain so that we can build security solutions at scale. Every single cyber issue starts with a line of code. That means the most atomic unit of the software supply chain is the programming language itself. If the language is not safe, then nothing we build in that language is safe either. And I would advocate that advocating for the adoption of memory-safe languages is the single most impactful thing that government leaders around the world can do for our collective cybersecurity. So how do we make a memory-safe world a reality and not just rhetoric? The OS3I is leading a multi-pronged implementation strategy to move the football down the field, recognizing that we need both short-term wins and long-term sustainability. And I want to tell you a bit about how we're approaching this. First, we have to address the vast amount of technical debt across the global IT ecosystem. The US is already taking great strides to modernize our infrastructure to upgrade to post-quantum cryptography, and we're arguing that we should use those same efforts to also upgrade to memory safety as well. Second, we must coordinate a portfolio of diverse funding opportunities to make sure we're aligning our resources to our aspirations. We must fund and encourage research that eases the transition to memory-safe programming languages. We must audit cryptographic modules that ensure that they are memory safe. And we must work with philanthropies to invest in critical nonprofits that operate and contribute to the open source ecosystem for the long haul. Third, we must work with the core infrastructure providers in the open source ecosystem, including the package managers, the code repositories, and other core open source projects, to identify public commitments on concrete security improvements that can be implemented centrally. These are things that include SBOM integration, multi-factor authentication, package signing, and improved monitoring for vulnerabilities against adversarial activity. These are just some of the things that we can do today, but we also need to think left of boom too, meaning we can't just sit around and wait for the next open source security crisis to happen. We need to also proactively think ahead about the threats that are around the corner. Let me give you one example. Last week, the White House shared the administration's roadmap to mitigate the risks against cryptocurrencies. The goal is to ensure that the technologies underpinning these digital assets are protecting consumers by default. And cybersecurity must be part of those consumer protections too. The OS3I is already thinking ahead about how cybersecurity of cryptocurrencies, because Web3 and blockchain are intrinsically an open source ecosystem. So the same challenges that we see today will most certainly follow us into this new frontier. We have been exploring and validating a hypothesis that memory on safety poses a risk in emerging open source technologies too, including decentralized Web3 assets and cryptocurrencies. And the stakes are even higher, because it's not just putting ordinary data at risk, it's putting an entire financial system at risk too. So we need to make sure that the programming languages for smart contracts are memory safe. And we do this by funding the research and development of safer programming languages and creating the market incentives to adopt cybersecurity in the Web3 ecosystem. Another preventative left-of-boom approach that we must take is developing and educating the workforce, because people are the ones driving this ecosystem. One of the big reasons we hear that memory safety is not prioritized is because there's a really steep learning curve in adopting new languages and new technical skills. In order to promote increased use of memory-safe languages, we need to bake these ideals into the education systems directly. So we are working with academia and research institutions to ensure that they are teaching memory-safe languages in secondary and post-secondary education, so that we are preparing the next generation of engineers to make cybersecurity by design the default. As international government leaders, there are a few things that we can commit to doing to ensure the cybersecurity of the global open source ecosystem. First, we must make this a policy priority. In our upcoming US National Cybersecurity Strategy, we boldly commit to the security of the open source ecosystem. We specifically call for a few things, including scalable solutions to migrate large code bases to safe languages, options to directly fund migrations for critical open source projects, and an option to directly fund the creation of tools and infrastructure to complete migrations to safe languages more easily. Second, we must think about sustained financial investment for the long term in this important infrastructure. In November of 2021, President Biden signed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which includes open source software as a key area of focus for funding. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we must engage directly with the open source community. A few weeks ago, we invited members of the cybersecurity research community to the White House and listened to them on a range of important technical issues, among them which included open source software security. But the open source software community is global, and so we must make sure that we're working together as an international community. This is why forums like this, like State of Open, are so important, because it allows us to talk about solutions to these universal and global problems. I will end on these closing remarks. The fundamental idea of open source is quite simple and quite beautiful. It states that when we pool our ideas and our innovation together, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, and that anyone who has access to these ideas are only limited by their own creativity and entrepreneurship. This is a profoundly democratic concept that we must actively work to protect. There are many actions we can take in the short term to secure the open source ecosystem, but I believe that the future of open source software security must require a paradigm shift. We are reminded and inspired by President Eisenhower's bold vision for the development of the interstate highway transit system. The exigent threat from adversarial nations moved him to work together with Congress to invest in infrastructure the likes of which had never been seen by a generation prior. 75 years later, the highway of today exists in cyberspace, and we need the same long-term, sustained investment for securing the foundation of the internet, and we can start with open source software. If we want to protect this ideal, then we must not leave the security and the safety of the open source ecosystem up to fate. We must choose to build it in a resilient way for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Now, for White House discussions, generally, we got to clear those in advance. But I really do want to thank you all for showing up today, because the U.S. really has set off a couple of really interesting initiatives, and I think are really seeding the way for us to learn a lot. As we continue, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, which I think is just fine. But would the next speaker like a couple of minutes, or Naomi, would you like to come up? All right, excellent. Let's go ahead of schedule. That'll be the first time.
So please welcome to the stage Naomi Gilbert from the Department of Culture, Media and Sport here in the UK. She is Head of Incentives in the Cyber Resilience Policy Team. They use market initiatives to ensure that all organizations are effectively managing their cyber risk, a day-to-day struggle for many of us, of course. In previous roles, she's worked across government agencies here in the UK and in Australasia, and has multitudinous experience in a range of policy areas, including cyber, data, digital policy, strategic population planning, housing and infrastructure, as well as welfare and child support. Please welcome her to the stage.
I'm going to attempt to do something technical and get some slides up on the screen, if you'll bear with me for just a second.
Cable that goes into there, the HDMI cable.
No, it was just that they were supplied. And we're live. Great. Good afternoon. I'm Naomi Gilbert. I manage the UK government policy for business and organisational cyber resilience. As you've just heard, I definitely don't have a technical background, so I'm coming from a more policy and government perspective in this, which is part of also why we are opening up today to really start to have a more collaborative and a more partnership approach to developing some of the solutions around software insecurity. So I'm delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you all about the work that my department, the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Support, or perhaps from tomorrow, Science, Innovation and Tech, is doing to make sure that the UK can take advantage of technology whilst keeping people and businesses safe and secure. So I'm really pleased to be here today to be able to contribute to this conversation about some of the challenges we are looking at when it comes to securing the digital supply chain. Not only, but specifically here today, including the software on which we all depend. So we've heard from Andana about quite a specific risk in memory unsafe languages. I think we are at a bit of a slightly different phase of policy making in the UK when it comes to software and open source. And I'm here today to really set out some suggested parameters for a national conversation around those risks and what we should do about them. So we're currently seeking views on the most effective combination of rules, of guidance, of regulation and incentives that we should be deploying in the UK and looking to achieve internationally to try and address the issues that we face in software resilience without stifling innovation or the dynamic industry growth that we can achieve. As others have called for today, any security solutions we push for must be collaborative for them to actually have really any impact in solving some of the security issues we face. So, for those who don't know much about us, to briefly introduce, DCMS, the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Support, plays a really key role in growing the UK digital economy. We work on issues including tech competition, online safety, data policy and ethics, AI, telecommunications. But we also have a large component and large focus on cybersecurity policy. So a key strategic reference point for our work on cybersecurity is the UK's National Cyber Strategy, the third, I think, of which we released in December 2021, backed by a £2.6 billion investment. So the strategy itself has 5 pillars, and DCMS plays a really central role in 3 of those in particular. The first is around developing the cyber ecosystem, so growing the sector and our skills base. The second is around securing the technology that we use, the everyday technology, and ensuring that that is used to catalyze growth in the economy. Most recently, we've introduced the PSTI Act to ensure that consumer connectable devices, such as smart TVs, some of our fridges, internet connectable cameras, and many of those devices are secure against cyber attack. In December, we also launched a code of practice for app store operators and developers, which sets out minimum security and privacy requirements. So finally, the third area is that DCMS leads the UK's mandate to improve cyber resilience across the economy, which is where I come into this. Across all of those areas, we work very closely with the National Cyber Security Centre as the National Technical Authority. We also work across the Home Office, Cabinet Office and Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, which so closely that we are probably merging with them today. Today's focus really broaches software's role as both critical technology as well as a determinant of the broader digital resilience of its users. So I'll touch briefly on why we're talking about software security, though I'm conscious that I'm probably preaching a bit to the choir today. As we all know, the software market itself brings huge revenue to the UK, and that's expected to be over £27 billion this year, growing at about 4% annually. It also underpins practically everything we do today. It's the air we now breathe, from Bub's payroll to the nation's electricity grid. It benefits businesses through providing opportunities for growth and innovation, but it also enables greater efficiency of what we already do. The innovation and creativity stemming from software development is central to the strength of our tech sector, and it provides them with the most cutting-edge tools and technologies for businesses to benefit from. Disruption to the functioning of this software, therefore, has the potential to, and has indeed in the past, produced quite wide-ranging and substantial impacts. Within that landscape, we recognise that open source specifically is a fundamental driver of innovation in the UK and globally. Again, preaching to the choir, but the Linux Foundation estimates free and open source software constitutes about 70 to 90% of any given piece of modern software. There were nearly 12 million downloads of open source software packages in January last year alone, and the UK is an important hub for open source development and usage, with enterprises investing around £5 billion in open source software in the UK alone in 2021. So it's clear that open source is a key element of the software ecosystem, and it's clear that the open source community is a crucial contributor to tech in the UK, as we can see here today and tomorrow. So we want to ensure that any policy we develop considers the needs and views of the open source community. It's within that context and understanding of software that we're interested in hearing your views on software security and resilience at all stages of the software lifecycle, from its development through to its distribution and service provision and through to its end use. What I'm here to speak to you about today is not actually the government's plan or strategy for solving the problem. I'm not here to announce anything today, really, but I'm here to ask for collaboration, input, and a partnership in how we both see some of the problems that we face, but also how we develop those solutions. So just yesterday, we've launched a call for views on software security and resilience. This call for views is a consultation putting forth the government's perspective on these views, on risks and some potential solutions, and asking for your input across effectively 3 areas, which are these 3 that are listed. So firstly, the biggest risks and challenges associated with software across the entire life cycle. Secondly, insights on what measures organizations are already taking to mitigate these risks. And finally, views on where further government action could be most effective at improving software security, and feedback on potential policy ideas. I'll briefly touch today on our views on risks, how we're setting out that risk framework, and potential solutions that we are inviting feedback on. I would note the scope of this inquiry and our work is extremely broad. I mentioned the software lifecycle, and we do want to understand the breadth and impact of risks situated at different stages, whether that's from development through to provision and sales through to use, to help target the action that we need to take. I would also mention we are also predominantly here talking about enterprise software, so that used in the context of businesses large and small with this work specifically. So how we've laid out our view of what risks there are. There are a variety of issues relating to software across the whole life cycle, which range a range of attacks that we've faced recently demonstrate over even just the last couple of years. I'm sure you will have heard these mentioned throughout many of the talks today and probably tomorrow, but the 2021 Kaseya attack saw malicious code injected into the software, and that spread via updates to customers. Many of those customers were managed service providers, which meant the attack spread quickly through software supply chains to their customers as well. This affected quite a high number of businesses, up to around 1,500, including many SMEs who were really hit quite hard through those financial ramifications. These kinds of attacks really emphasize for us the speed and reach of software supply chain attacks. Conversely, Log4j demonstrated actually key transparency issues. Once the vulnerability was identified in the Log4j open source component and made public, that was quite low-hanging fruit for threat actors, and over 800,000 attacks took place in just 72 hours after. Many organizations found it difficult to identify whether they were using the vulnerable code or to track or to fix it if they were. This presents, in some ways, quite different issues to those of the Kaseya case. As I said, this really highlighted issues of transparency and vulnerability management instead. A third attack just last year on NHS 111 software provider Advanced meant that they were then unable to provide their services. And that, again, demonstrates another facet of software resilience, which is the potential severe consequences of disruption to critical services. So my team has been assessing a wide range of these risks, the vulnerabilities that have been exploited, impacts that they've had on both individual level and across the economy, and the surrounding circumstances of the software lifecycle. So from that work, we can try to put forth a software risk framework that can enable further conversations. As you can see, this is comprised of 6 risk areas as we've outlined them in the consultation. And these are broadly related to development in those, the top 2 through to distribution and service provision through to the role of the customer. Firstly, we see multiple risks even just digging under scratching the surface of software development security. These alone are quite diverse, and we're keen to hear views about the respective impact of 3, I think, subcategories of development risk. So these are firstly around accidental vulnerabilities in software code, vulnerabilities introduced while writing new code or introduced from third-party code due to inadequate vetting. The second subcategory there is around intentional compromises of software code by the software developer or by individuals working for that developer. So that can mean backdoors are deliberately designed to allow the developers or others to access data, to alter code, or to inject malicious code later. And the third area there is around insecure development environments. So outside actors being able to inject malicious code into that software that can then spread throughout software supply chains via the distribution of software by suppliers. So it's worth noting, of course, that these issues are relevant to both open source and proprietary software as well. But a key part of that picture is how other software developers use open source code components when developing software. The number of attacks targeting vulnerabilities in open source components is high and growing. Malicious actors are also targeting open source repositories by creating malicious open source software packages that developers inadvertently might include in their software. I've covered just there a very high-level overview of just that first risk outlined. So this is clearly a wide-ranging inquiry and consultation that we're attempting to do. As you can see from those three areas of development alone, accidental vulnerabilities, malicious or intentional compromises, and insecure development environments, these risks are extremely different and they require extremely different mitigations, some of which the government may be able to help achieve, but others might be less feasible to directly impact. And this is why it's important that together we start to try to break down some of those risks and specifics that we're talking about if we want to put forward tangible solutions. Whilst there are 6 risk areas outlined here, I want to just touch on a couple more which help demonstrate where open source fits into our understanding of the picture before moving on to examples of potential solutions or policy options that we could take forward. So we've designated a specific risk area for open source in the second risk area outlined here, and this is helping prioritize some of the barriers and challenges faced specifically by the open source community, especially around resourcing and how this can make secure development and maintenance somewhat more difficult at times. We know that vulnerabilities go unnoticed longer in code that doesn't have enough or perhaps doesn't have any maintainers. The time and capacity pressures on the open source community mean that levels of resourcing can be inconsistent, particularly given the need for voluntary participation, and this can make it difficult for secure practices to be followed as standard. But as I mentioned previously, open source software is essential for growth across the tech sector, and the open source software community is an important source of innovation with contributions bringing new ideas, flexibility, and agility to the tech sector. And this is something we absolutely want to protect. We know that the open source community and industry are already taking some steps to introduce more tools and resources to support developers and maintainers. And we are keen to look specifically at what kind of support the open source community needs and how to promote best practice in secure development without putting unnecessary burden on developers and maintainers. Thirdly, then, I'm to move briefly to transparency and communication and highlighting the risks around the lack thereof sometimes of transparency and communication of software materials, of vulnerabilities, and of incident management. This risk really does penetrate across all the other areas, with implications for how customers manage the risks associated with their use, to how service providers communicate with their clients, and it's a true supply chain issue at heart here. Log4j is a key example of when poor visibility of software supply chains has made it more difficult for organizations to know whether there are vulnerabilities that need to be patched in their estates. The broader point here lies in how information, however, is shared and communicated in software supply chains, and it's not just limited to SBOMs. Customers cannot make informed decisions about managing risk or additional mitigations they might want to take if they aren't made aware of the vulnerabilities or incidents occurring. This issue touches on open source, as much of this information relates to open source components, to how organizations who sell and distribute software manage and maintain those components, and how they communicate any information about vulnerabilities or incidents relating to those components to their customers. I'll leave the overview of some of the risks at that point and move on to possible solutions in these first 3 risk areas that we're seeking views on, which include quite a wide range of policy options. Given the scope of this work, we're keen to open the discussion on where those priorities should lie when it comes to the risks, what's already out there, what is being used or could be used better of, and any and all alternative solutions. Happy to take your questions at the end of this, so we can discuss some ideas and some issues towards the end of this. I'd also flag, though, that we're hosting a workshop tomorrow at 1 p.m, which you can still register for, to start to incite that discussion in a bit more detail with the people here today and tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, some of the issues relate to how open source software is curated. Vetting when it comes to software development could be improved through interventions promoting best practice, but of course, developers who properly vet third-party code are less likely to inadvertently ingest these vulnerabilities or malicious packages. This is considered best practice in secure development, so increasing the uptake of secure development practices more generally could have an impact here. But we are considering a number of supports and incentives for following best practices, and some of those options are up on the screen now. So these are including things like guidance on best practice, for example, a code of practice for software developers, as we've done with other codes of practice over the last few years, or self-assessment tools. Other options can include an international standard for software development practices, pursuing various changes to existing standards, or accreditation in a number of places, either for organizations who adhere to software development best practice or of secure software or systems packages and components, whether open source or proprietary. There are also considerations for support for the development or promotion of tools which can scan software packages and components for known vulnerabilities and indicators of malicious compromise. Finally, I'll just mention financial support for small businesses or startups that develop software according to best practice. But these are just some of the ideas and options and demonstrate the scope that we really are considering for what alternative solutions could look like. It's worth noting when we come to address some of the barriers that the open source community face that we are not currently considering regulation or legislation, as we do want to protect the innovation and growth that open source offers. We are, however, proposing some options in this call for views around how we could support the open source community to help with resourcing or provide guidance or tools. These are including things like guidance on how to increase secure development of software, particularly specifically tailored to the open source community, funding for industry-led initiatives, so those aimed at maintaining critical open source components, or those that develop security tools for use by the open source community, developing possibly government-backed teams dedicated to maintaining critical open source software components and to support remediation of incidents affecting critical components. And the fourth listed there is around working with industry to develop a mapping tool to understand which open source components might be most critical across the globe. Thirdly, some ideas around addressing transparency. There's, of course, the consideration of how we might best utilize software bills of materials from a government perspective in the UK. But the issues around transparency and communication, as I said, are much wider than SBOMs. This is about how the variety of different responsible actors involved in the software lifecycle communicate with and across one another. So we're also looking at this issue from the perspective of digital supply chains more broadly than software in our team, related to cybersecurity work, and working with procurement and decision makers on how commercial decisions factor in elements of risk. Some of the specific policy options we've included for comment in the consultation do include technical guidance on SBOMs and comparable tools, guidance on best practice in promoting transparency, so attestation, a code of practice for vendors or service providers, or recommended contractual clauses. the certification of software developers, vendors, or service providers who adhere to best practice in promoting transparency. Other options are around establishing secure mechanisms to share information on vulnerabilities and malicious code between developers, researchers, and government. A final one worth mentioning here is the development of regulation that would require software developers and vendors to meet a minimum standard of transparency. So, for example, providing customers with the right to audit or request information, or creating a legal requirement to notify customers of incidents that affect them. There's, of course, also a key question around the potential use or the potential to use many of these tools. Should they be available? Would they be used? And what level of skills would be required to help inform end users and equip them to make more informed decisions? Finally, I would reiterate the options that we've presented here and in the rest of the consultation. The call for views is neither exhaustive nor will all be feasible or practicable to pursue. We need to ensure that efforts are best placed and that they're complementary across government, industry, and consumers if we are going to tackle some of the systemic challenges that face us today. We want to hear from the open source community in particular, and our key questions here hark back to the broad structure of the consultation, and we're asking from your perspective, where lie the biggest issues impacting software security? We know that industry and open source foundations and bodies are doing great work in this space. Where would further action help most? And finally, how should the government work with the community to address those risks? So I've just reeled off a huge number of options that could be pursued. But thankfully, you now have about 12 weeks to read even more of those in the consultation to help with shaping this conversation across the UK and to let us know your thoughts by the 1st of May. We are also open to your ideas and input today. As I said, happy to take questions and through the workshop tomorrow. So please do register for that if you'd like a chance to discuss some of the issues in a fair bit more detail there. I'll close off. I hope this was a helpful contribution to the conversation around software security, the risks and potential solutions, and I hope that this consultation will open the debate more broadly to enable a partnership in generating action. Thank you. I'm not sure how questions are working here, but I don't know. Happy to take any. Have hands up.
So I have a question actually around funding for open source security. At the moment, a lot of the open source foundations, people like the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, rely on resources provided by tech companies. And those obviously will vary depending on those tech companies' priorities. Do you think there's a role for government in actually funding people's work directly on open source security?
I think there is funding in government for security that is backed by risk. I think if we can, and talking about from the security perspective specifically, obviously, I think where we can make the case for risks, and that's why I'm talking about identifying the specifics of where those risks impact at an economy-wide level, at a systemic level, there is possible funding routes that we can start establishing throughout government or from government throughout this consultation, really.
I've got a question for you. So I actually find this really, really interesting because everything that I'm really on the open source side, right, the supply chain side, but the work that you're doing, it's our great opportunity for us to measure pre and post interventions of the supply chain, because the most developer toil, the most wasted human hours on security are at small to mid-sized enterprises. As you build out this plan, what do you intend to measure? Because it's an incredible opportunity, just in terms of your SMEs.
I bring it back to the risks there, which is why we spent so much time developing a framework that we can discuss risks on. And I think where we know that we want to prioritize, we will then baseline, as we do with other general approaches, to best practice approaches to policy, we'll baseline what the environment looks like before the intervention is started. So again, that comes down to the risks, and if we are intending to heavily focus on development risks and mitigating some of those, there'll need to be some further studies around efficiencies, effectiveness, what's lost in those cases, and actually what we'd be achieving, because this is exactly why we're pursuing a broader conversation actually around what is the impact of these risks. A key question that we are asking in the consultation is around actually how much impact do you think each of these have, so that we can start prioritizing and thinking about where we'll be most effective, rather than saying, as government, we can do this analysis ourselves, because we can't. My background's housing, it's population aging. I've been in digital space for quite a while, but for a lot of us, we're not the technical experts. We need your support, your insight on where we can measure these things most effectively, so that we are not picking and choosing without any evidence.
I don't know if there's a mic. Is that a mic?
It is indeed.
Microphone. I don't have to yell out. Although I could. Hi, I'm Brian Millendorf. I'm Executive Director of the Open Source Security Foundation. One thing that we found effective, merely thinking about government as like a large institution that uses software, right? Forgetting it's like insurer of last resort and provider of public goods kind of roles, but simply as a consumer of software. One comparable structure in the private sector is the open source program office, right? Which acts from both a policy point of view, in fact, initially as a licensing and kind of compliance kind of role, but increasingly as a channeler of like internal open source creation, not just consumption, and making sure that goes out and upstream in the right place, and increasingly in setting security policies around, you know, which components to consume, how to consume them, how to make sure you're using the most secure approaches to that, and then again, when you go upstream, how to feed those security improvements back upstream if you make any. Is there a similar kind of, I mean, I admit I was sitting here Googling UK OSPO, UK Gov OSPO for a little while, and not feeling like I found a great part of the UK government that acted in, again, when it comes to procurement and IT management, which I get is perhaps outside the remit of your ministry, but thinking about where is that vector, like where is that internal accountability? Because what I found really helpful about the White House Executive Order 14028 was how it attached SBOMs, the promotion of SBOMs to procurement as the carrots to bring things in, rather than as a regulatory, everybody must issue SBOMs, right? Instead it was when we use the purse of the government, we're going to prefer and eventually require software bill of materials. And so do you see, like, either within your organization or complementary organizations, that same kind of funnel, that same kind of channel, and a way to lever the purse of the government and its own use of software to achieve the objectives you want to see?
Definitely. The easy answer is definitely. So we work very closely, as I said, with a few of the other government departments, specifically Cabinet Office. So the Government Security Group team within Cabinet Office is responsible for the security of government, central departments and arm's length bodies. We work with them at the moment, what we have as it comes to all procurement across government. So we're not talking about necessarily critical services, but your general procurement is the requirement to have cyber essentials or to be cyber essentials certified. We are working with them in some earlier stages actually of how we mature that approach, knowing that it's not a one size fits all. So we work quite closely as well with the Ministry of Defence. Obviously, they have a higher risk rationale as to why they will need higher level assurances and accreditations in what they're procuring from. But yes, that is exactly one route, and that is the route that we used when introducing the Cyber Essentials certification scheme in 2014 to start solidifying and utilizing the government's purchasing power itself as one of our main levers that we can use to change behaviours. So in assessing with the Government Security Group a more mature approach to security in our procurement, this is definitely something that we are exploring with them, what we could be making requirements and demands of, and definitely linking the consultation through with collaborative policy working with them as well.
Hi, Sharif Mansoor, Director of Information Security at JustEatTakeaway.com. From the slide, when you were looking at development, deployment, and the role of the individuals, I was also interested about also the role of law enforcement, especially in the case of cybercrime. Because at the moment, I think a lot of the cases that would go to local law enforcement, and if there's an issue of actually understanding or having the capability to react to it, it just gets dropped. And some of the signals there are incredibly valuable for the government to also know how to react or chase up specific threat actor groups. So I was wondering if that is something that the government has looked into as well, in order to at least record that, in order to make risk-based decisions on what to investigate.
Yeah, so we have been working behind the scenes for a number of years to try to establish a common database that we can be using across Home Office and particularly the National Cybersecurity Centre, so that there can be communication as the Home Office manage the law enforcement side of things. There are some, I suppose, practical difficulties in sharing data and in collaborating and putting that together into one database. But we also often have the problem of a lack of reporting. So there's not necessarily great reporting sometimes of certain crimes. It depends on actually what level of crime we're talking about here. But there's a few different barriers that we come up against when collating that information. Is the question, sorry, around how we respond best to different crimes that are happening?
Yeah, I think the spirit of the intent is that entire loop that you're referring to, right? And first of all is companies and people only report what they basically have to, are required to, right? So they keep it to an absolute minimum, even just as a best practice. So it's like, what do you need in order to make informed decisions, and the information sharing, and that for you then to be able to reduce also the number of attack groups, or at least take on the ones that, and have the information you need in order to make the necessary investigations as well.
Yeah, so I will have to, in some ways, defer to the law enforcement side of things, and I can potentially come back to you and engage you in that conversation with Home Office and law enforcement. But how we prioritise the criminal aspects of it, and actually the law enforcement side, is something that we work more around the sidelines with. But the Computer Misuse Act is also out for consultation on what they're looking to prioritise and reform in this, and this is also something that we're quite plugged into, and in constant conversation also in terms of ensuring that we aren't criminalising sharing of data, conversely as well, to make sure that aspects, or if we are to mandate something like an SBOM, even in government-owned procurement, that doesn't then misalign with some of the CMA criminal acts as well. But I'll have to leave it there on law enforcement, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Yes, hello, I'm Ian Mitchell, KC, and I'm on KC to the Open UK, but another hat that I wear is I'm the past chair, now current chair, of the Surveillance Working Group of the Council of Bars and Law Societies of Europe. And I raise that specifically because, and I know it's, so you've mentioned the issue with law enforcement, and but there is maybe a question you can answer. And that is, I know from the work that I do in Europe that there is a constant tension between, on the one hand, removing barriers, having interoperability, having high security encryption, so on and so forth, removing vulnerabilities. But you find, coming from the law enforcement, and more particularly the security services side, a constant pressure for ensuring that there are suitable back doors, so the, quote, good guys, unquote, can use them. Of course, it's incoherent and nonsense to be suggesting you can do such a thing safely, because it's only technology and it's transparent. It doesn't make moral values. But within the UK government, is there, are you aware of any dialogue going on between these two imperatives, the one that you've very, very clearly expounded and expressed today in the DCMS are seriously consulting on, and then whatever might be happening down at GCHQ.
So are you talking about removing backdoors versus
Well, I'm actually
the
talking-
need for backdoors?
Yeah, well, that's it. The discussion going on, you see, because a backdoor is always a vulnerability. I mean, you cannot have a secure backdoor. The only secure backdoor is not having one at all. But there is a constant struggle going on with, I'm not saying necessarily our security services, but with security services around the world, that, we want to get the bad guys. They use all these highly encrypted messaging channels to do their dirty work. There's one particular Belgian prosecutor who always gives a Dirty Harry speech in any platform I've shared with him. It's along the lines of, give us the tools and we'll keep you safe. And I'm just wondering if there is that kind of dialogue happening within the UK government, so far as you're aware, and how does the DCMS confront that if such suggestions are made?
No, we haven't had any. We have not had any as yet. Obviously, constant conversation with the National Cybersecurity Centre as the technical authority on this, on any cybersecurity matters. So we do have a coordinated reach across their accreditation services, engagement services, their capability and research services, who are all feeding into this work on software, but they have not raised any of these issues or concerns from the GCHQ perspective or the security services perspective as yet. So I suspect as we get further down into the possibility of potential proposals that we do want to take forward, the nitty-gritty of some of those divides and trade-offs will probably occur a little further down the line, I'd say.
Thanks. Hi, Simon Hart from Innovate UK. I'd be interested to know with the consultation, what type of organisation are you looking for in responses? And the reason I ask that is I've recently been involved in the cyber physical consultation through BAYS, or I think we're potentially now the same department. Do you want SMEs targeted? Do you want to target the open source community in the UK, or is it the larger corporates? Because you can typically find that the smaller companies may struggle to find the time to actually complete such a consultation. So just interested to know what you're looking for with it.
Of course, and that's exactly where we'll need to be working more through the likes of yourselves, through Tech UK, through others, to reach those smaller audiences so that there is a force to feed in. But the answer is everyone. The scope is really large, but this is exactly, so we have included a few demographic questions, I say business demographic questions, and they are really, really important to us to fill that out so that we can start understanding from the SME perspective or from the larger corporate perspective, what's that looking as an aggregate picture as to how they view the risks and to how they view some of the barriers to those solutions. So we definitely, I think, we are naturally probably going to get a lot more responses from developers. I would say perhaps less so on those that are representing customers and end users, just because that is such an undefined and broad, that's every single one of us. So we probably will, we've got an engagement plan with a variety of workshops with different types of audiences and those that we want to feed in over the next 3 months. So we're trying to actively target those that we don't think will necessarily feed in. As I said, the customers and end users might be a little less vocal than the big corporates, but the answer is everyone. And we'll try and really split it out when we come out to sharing the results of the analysis and consultation, is really split out views on those different perspectives as well, especially where their views on the impact of the risks, where they do or where they don't differ according to size and type of organisation as well.
I'm cheating by holding the microphone. Firstly, apologies for setting off my find your YubiKey during Sal's question. From a sort of socio-technical perspective, then the generation of SBOMs and the threat model that follows that is currently not looking at insider threats or malicious generation of S-bombs. So one of the questions that you asked sort of out to the community about where are S-bombs centralized or stored or secured, does your department have a view on whether that should be something, could that be a public good service that's provided by the government, or are there any ideas around that initially?
The ideas are very wide-ranging and open. I don't think we are really trying to go into this honestly open and not actually saying, you know, we already know we're going to regulate so-and-so and we're going to go and do this and that. So this is really trying to have a collaborative conversation on it. So I'd say that may or may not be helpful, but we don't necessarily have a view. We are open to those kinds of possibilities. And as I said, we are open to resourcing questions as well. So if that means resourcing new teams within government, or if that means funding and resourcing for foundations, for community out there, definitely that's in scope and possible. I think the one pushback I'd say that we have had around using S-bombs is really around what I mentioned around skill sets and who can use them and who can read them and who can do what with them. So we need to also be thinking about some of those flow-on implications, which is not unlike us when we're providing any set of guidance. Actually, do organisations have the skills to ingest this information? Do they have the skills to be able to respond to this, to implement this guidance? Do they have the resources to do so? So those two questions around resourcing and skills, as well as the development and production or mandate of anything, need to be hand in hand.
Right, with that, thank you very much. A round of applause, please. We are running slightly ahead of schedule, so thanks for the wide and multitudinous variety of questions there. We'll take 15 minutes before the next talk and start bang on the official time, which I believe is 2:30. 2:30 on the button.
We will learn about a myriad of solutions to open source security.
Precisely so.
you are happy. Here he comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, bang on the hour of 2:30. Welcome back to the security track. It is my great pleasure to introduce one of the cloud native and container security spaces OGs, Rory McCune, who has been at this from well before it was cool. He is currently a senior advocate for Datadog and extensive experience across the entire ecosystem of cloud native computing. In addition to his work on containerization technologies, he is the author of the Docker CIS benchmarks and the Kubernetes CIS benchmarks as well, and a member of one of my favorite organizations, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation's Technical Advisory Group on Security. When he's not walking, he can be found meandering the Scottish Highlands and taking pictures of cows. So I introduce to you Rory McCune.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for coming along to this talk. I won't be doing any dancing. I'm going to leave that one to Andy, who's now a resident dancer. So what I want to talk about today is, obviously, we're all at this conference, and if you've been to any of the sessions so far, you've heard about the importance of open source, how pivotal it is to everybody's lives. We use it at home, we use it at work, our governments use it, everyone uses it. When we get to that point, obviously, here in this track, we recognize that we need to have a lot more focus on open source security, right? We've got a lot of focus on open source software. What about the security? And what I wanted to talk to you about today is a bit about all the different ways that we can contribute into open source security. There's lots of options for people from different backgrounds, with different skill sets, and different goals. And at the end of this talk, I will have told you how to change the security, improve it, of every piece of open source software in the world, just by yourself. So a little bit about me, to give you an idea of why I'm giving this talk. So I've been in information and IT security as a practitioner for about 22 years now. These days, I'm a senior security advocate for Datadog, looking at open source and cloud native and containerization. I've done a number of different activities across the open source security space in the UK. I helped start the first OWASP Scotland chapter, which ran up in Edinburgh and has been running for quite a while now. And I've also helped to organize the first 2 B-Sides conferences in Scotland. If you've not heard of B-Sides conferences, I am going to talk a bit more about those later on as we go through the talk. As Andy mentioned, I am a CIS benchmark author for Docker and Kubernetes. I've been doing that for about 5 years now. And I'm a member of Kubernetes SIG Security and CNCF Tag Security. So I've had an opportunity to see how a lot of different people engage with the open source security world and how a lot of different organizations set themselves up to try and improve this world that we work in and live in. Also, as mentioned, I do live up in Scotland, you might have guessed from all the fact of the organizations I've been involved with. This is Lochgoil Head in the West Scottish Highlands, which is where I live. And as you can see, it's very nice and pretty when the sun is out. If any of you have ever been to the West Scottish Highlands, you'll know that unfortunately most days it doesn't look like that. You can't actually see the hills at all because it rains. However, I do urge you, if you get the opportunity to go up when it's not raining, it's a great place to go and visit. Anyway, let's get on with the talk. So when you're looking for your path in open source security, when you are thinking about how do I get involved, what can I participate in, you might think that there is a barrier in your way. And that barrier is the fact that maybe you're not a programmer. You know, we've heard a lot from the earlier speakers about how we need to work on open source security patching, right? We need to fix the code and get it rolled out. So you might think, well, I'm not a developer, I'm not a programmer. Can I actually contribute here? Well, personally, from my own perspective, I'm not a programmer. I can write enough code to kind of work sometimes, but I wouldn't want anyone to rely on it. My degree is actually in accountancy. So it's still possible for people to contribute,
even when that's not their background at all. And there's lots of ways they can do that. So you needn't worry if you're thinking about contributing to open source security. You don't have to concern yourself that you don't have a programming background, or maybe you don't have a security background. There's lots of opportunities and ways to contribute and make things better. First thing you might want to do, you might want to contribute to a specific project, right? Say you have a piece of software you use personally. Say you have a piece of software that your company uses and it relies on, and you think, well, it'd be nice if we can contribute to the security of this project. There's opportunities there to choose a project. You might just think, well, I want to contribute, I'll go and find a project. And I've got a link later on if that's something that you want to do. If you do go down this route, so you're thinking, I want to contribute and I want to help improve open source security, what I would urge people to do is take a bit of time to look at how that project organizes itself. Look at where they congregate. Is it Slack? Is it Discord? Is it a forum? Spend a bit of time getting to know the community. And then look at what sort of contributions they might be interested in. The reason I kind of bring this topic up, I've seen quite a few people who are very enthusiastic, and they kind of come in and they make a big first contribution without perhaps doing that. And this leads to frustration, both on the parts of the maintainers of the project and of the contributor, because it's maybe not what they were looking for in the right format, contributed in the right way. It may not be an area they want to look at. So you get this frustration. So what I would urge everyone to do if they're considering contributing to open source security on a project is just take that time to make sure you're lining up with how they do things. So that will definitely help and kind of smooth the ways, make your first contribution easy. So once you've thought, I want to contribute to a project, what sort of things might you be doing? Well, I'm not obviously, if you're a developer, then the answer might be writing code, but we're focusing on the non-developer aspect here. So I'm going to say documentation. Documentation has had a mention or two in the plenaries, but I'm going to emphasize it because it's so important. There's probably no software, either commercial or open source, that has perfect security documentation, or indeed perfect documentation full stop. It's a never-ending task. For security, it's critically important that documentation is available. If you're contributing, it could be something as simple as looking at the documentation and saying maybe something's out of date. A simple typo fix or a simple update to a parameter, something quite easy and lightweight to do, can really help a project keep things running. Because software moves quickly. Open source software moves especially quickly. And when you're thinking about contributing to documentation, it can be something easy to start there. Another alternative that I would definitely I'd recommend people look into is writing getting started guides or getting involved with the getting started guide. If you've ever been to work on a piece of software, the very first thing you do when you start is you go and read the getting started guide. And you go down the steps and you install the software. If that getting started guide doesn't take account of security, you might never go back and change those settings. And that's the same for everyone who gets involved in open source. I know I do it. If I get a new piece of software, I go through the getting started guide. Do I go back necessarily, make changes later on? Possibly not, because I don't want to break it. So in terms of documentation, one area I think that could use a lot of focus for many projects is helping out. So you could write a getting started guide with more security in it. You could add little kind of call-outs to the getting started guide saying, here, you need to make sure when you're going to production, you change this setting or that setting. So there's lots of opportunities for people who are, don't have to be an expert in the project to do that. Another area where I think people can really help contribute is translation of documentation. So we're looking to widen the participation of people in open source. It's helpful if the documentation is available in more than one language. If you're fortunate enough to be bilingual, or maybe even trilingual, you have the opportunity to help by translating from one language to another. It helps people then, use that documentation in a secure fashion because they can read the translation more easily. So documentation, I think, is a great one to work on. Industry groups, Andy mentioned them, I mentioned them. They're really good, they're really important, and they're really easy to get started with. This is all about the different ways and how easy they are. I'm going to mention industry groups is probably one of the easiest places to get started in open source security. You can just turn up on a Zoom call. The groups I'm involved with, CNCF and Kubernetes Security, they meet bi-weekly or weekly, and you can just literally come along and listen in. That's the only level of involvement required. Once you've been there for a while, you will find things need done. There's help that's needed. It's not necessarily, you don't have to be an expert in security to do that. One of the examples we had was there's a cloud native security white paper the CNCF did, and they recorded an audiobook version. Great, because it helps, again, improve the accessibility of that white paper. All you had to have skill-wise to help with that was the ability to read the white paper and have that audio recorded. We also had a volunteer who luckily had some audio production background and could help us out in actually turning out a nice high quality audio recording. So industry groups are a good place to get started involved with open source security, to meet people and to get an idea of what kind of work needs done. And you can graduate up through the point where I've seen people move from small contributions all the way up to authoring, full documents on areas they find are interesting. So there's good opportunities to kind of like mature there as well. Local meetups, perhaps you like face-to-face meetings. Don't we all actually, after years of not being able to do them, like being able to go places and meet people? And we're very fortunate in the UK now that we've got quite a decent range of these. Chapter meetings, there's people like OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project. So whilst they call themselves that, they also do things like mobile security and even some cloud native work as well. They've got chapter in London and some other places too. There's other groups like DEF CON. DEF CON have got chapters around the UK, and you can meet up there and go and meet people there and actually have conversations about security. Also, if you're thinking about getting into public speaking, I would always recommend starting with local meetups. Start with an OWASP group, a DEF CON group, something where you've got a small, friendly audience. It's a great place to get going. We're very fortunate in the UK now to have a good range of community security conferences. B-Sides being one of the most common. So I think I actually looked at it, and there are now 10 B-Sides conferences, I think, that are either scheduled to run or likely to run this year in the UK. Because not everyone can get to the big cities, right? We can't all get to London or to Edinburgh or wherever else to go to a conference. And there's various ones. There's one in Lancashire. There's one in Leeds this year. There is one in Dundee, I think. And there's a variety of places where you can go. And this is great because, again, it helps widen participation to people who don't have the luxury of coming maybe to London. In terms of what people can do helping out there, it's not just going along. Conferences always need help. I've never seen a community conference that didn't need more assistance. And that could be in a number of ways, just showing people where rooms are. Maybe you've got graphics design experience, doing logos and t-shirts and things like that. It's always very welcome. So there's lots of opportunities in the local meetup space to actually really kind of get to grips with open source security and help improving things. There's also, actually, I should mention, because I'll get in trouble if I don't, it's not just B-Sides. There's also SteelCon in Sheffield, which is now, I think, one of the longest running community security conferences in the UK, and Security Up in Dundee, which is run by the students of Abertay University. And some other ones which I probably will now get in trouble for not mentioning. There's so many. The reason I want to point this out is when I started in open source security like 13, 14 years ago, there weren't any, hardly, security conferences. So it's great now to see that's no longer the case. Answering questions. This is another place where people can really have an impact on open source security, and it's maybe not one that gets enough attention. Finding people on a question and answer site who've got a problem and answering their problem can really help. This helps yourself as well, but it's not just a question of the altruism of helping someone else. I've done this quite a bit with a site called Security Stack Exchange. So you've probably heard of Stack Overflow as the programmer Q&A site. There's actually a network of these Stack Exchange sites which look at different topics, and one that focuses purely on security called security.stackexchange. The t-shirt is one of theirs. Helping people out by answering their questions helps them, obviously, but it helps you as well. Or I find it helps me because it makes me think about things. I go, oh, I'd never thought someone would do that. I should now go and read on how it is you do that and what the answer might be. I've also found some great stuff about security and gone, really? People use this thing in that way? I would never have thought of that without reading question and answer sites. It's not just Security Stack Exchange, places like Reddit, there's loads of subreddits, and again, questions and answers get answered there. In terms of the impact you can have with this, I actually had a little look. Stack Overflow was a little impact metric. They say kind of people reached. I looked at mine for Security Stack Exchange, I had 6.2 million. So potentially, some numbers of millions of people have read answers I've given and hopefully been helped by them. So you can have a lot of impact just by answering questions online. Making content. So this is obviously one that the more we have people doing, the better. And there's a variety of opportunities to make content. This could be a wide variety of different types of content. You know, it could be video, it could be podcasts, it could be TikTok, it could be YouTube, it could be blogs. Blogging is a kind of art that has somewhat died out, which I think is a great shame. I still blog, but the number of people who do sort of writing things down over the years seems to have gone down rather than up, which is maybe a little bit of a shame. It could be things like maintaining a newsletter on a specific area of security you're interested in. There's all sorts of opportunities. Now, I have, however, picked the logo for this particular slide deliberately. It can feel a bit lonely when you're making content. You write something, you make a video, you do a podcast. Did anyone ever listen to it or watch it? You can't tell most of the time. What I would recommend, and this is the way I do it, is I do stuff that's interesting to me. So I write a blog because I want to write my thoughts down on something. I want to record it. Personally, and this may just be getting old, it means I can come back to it some years down the line and I've forgotten what it was I looked into. I do have blogs of mine I regularly go back to remind myself of the exact switch or the command I ran. But you're also potentially helping other people because these things are indexed and they will be Googleable or probably now these days turn up as part of ChatGPT's answers to things. Someone's got to generate that original content that these AIs are going to actually synthesize for you, and bloggers are some of those people. So there's an opportunity here to do it, and I personally, again, do it for yourself though, is what I recommend, because if you do it for the clicks or the audience, it's random. One blog in 20 might get picked up by someone, and someone's social media algorithm runs, and suddenly, it's got a lot of hits. The next 15 might do nothing. Don't rely on the fame, just do it because it's interesting, and you'll learn something while you're doing it too. Bug bounties. Maybe you're interested in hacking. Maybe you're interested in the more technical side of things. You like really kind of digging into how products work and how you break them. These days, we have open source bug bounties. So people will pay you money if you find a vulnerability in a specific set of kind of key open source projects. A good example of this is Kubernetes. Google have a thing called KCTF, which is if you can break out of a hardened Kubernetes cluster, they'll pay you some tens of thousands of dollars. And so that's another one if you're interested in that and help you. But it does help improve open source security, right? These are bugs that are found that people can then patch and fix. But again, like with my last one, I have picked the logo for the picture for this slide quite deliberately. Unfortunately, bug bounties, a little bit of a swamp perhaps. The reason is there's money involved. So if you've ever, I don't know if everyone here has ever tried maintaining a bug bounty program. I've talked to people who have. It's not fun. You get a huge number of submissions because there's money involved. And those submissions aren't always the best. So there's a level of eventually kind of tiredness and going to creep into people who maintain these things. So if you are participating, do have some patience. These people are wading through very large numbers of submissions. It's going to take time. But again, do it for the self-learning. You will learn new things. My approach, my personal approach, I will sometimes do some research. I don't always get a lot of time for it. If I don't find anything, I write a blog. Because I still dug in and found out how something worked, and potentially my blog might then help shortcut someone else's next piece of research. The odd occasion I'll find something useful, and I'll submit it to the bug bounty program and see what happens. But it's an interesting one if you're more technically inclined. So at the start of this talk, I promised you the ability to change the world of open source security, to do something which will impact the security of every single piece of open source software that we use, all the way up to the top of the mountain. So I should try and deliver on that. What is it that I would recommend you can do if that's your goal, if impact is what you want to do? My recommendation, write security standards. I'm afraid it's not glamorous. I'm afraid it's very unglamorous. However, I can demonstrate why I think this is true. So in a previous life, I was a pen tester. I was an ethical hacker. And I would go out every week in the way of the UK industry, and I would test the security of a server or a system. And I would write a report, and I would give that report to a customer, and the customer, hopefully, would take what I'd written and implement the fixes. If I was really, really lucky, they would take what I wrote and implement the fixes across their environment. So realistically, I could probably improve the security of up to 50 systems a year. And I'll be honest with you, I was a pen tester for a large number of years, and I did retests. And I would go out the year after, and I would look at the same system and find the same things I found last year. So it's somewhere under 50. In contrast, one of the things I've done is I help maintain the CI's benchmarks for Docker and Kubernetes. I can write, in that well under a year, I can write new recommendations into those benchmarks. And every other pen tester in the world, and every auditor who looks at that technology, when they don't know the technology, and just spoiler alert, most auditors and pen testers don't know every technology they're asked to review. What do? They go and look at the CI's benchmark. They get the CI's benchmark down, and they look at it as recommendations. If you've not come across these before, I should mention they are essentially like a vendor-neutral hardening guide. So obviously, I can then essentially get everyone else to go and implement my recommendations. But it's not just that. Every piece of vulnerability scanning software out there, Nessus, Nexpose, Qualys, all of these commercial solutions, they do configuration guides. Guess what they're based on? Mostly CIS benchmarks. So you write a CIS benchmark, and you have impact on every one of those. And it's not just that. In the kind of modern cloud-native world, we have this kind of type of software, CSPM, Cloud Security Posture Management. And if you look at what are they using to create these posture management guidance, you guessed it, CS benchmark. Last week, we'd done some work in Kubernetes SIG security around RBAC and around how to stop people getting privilege escalation. So I went and added 5 new sections to the CIS benchmark for Kubernetes. And it'll take a while, it's not going to be quick, but over time that will actually filter out to all these different places. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, that's great, but surely in order to do this, there's some sort of wizened council of people who've been doing this for a long time making these benchmarks up. Turns out no, actually. You can kind of just go and sign up for the website, and if you've got something where, for example, maybe you've read one and said, that's wrong, that's out of date, that recommendation is incorrect, you can just log in and make a recommendation for change. If you're really interested in a product, you can basically go through and help create a new benchmark. When the Kubernetes one got created, none of us knew, this was back in the early days of Kubernetes, none of us knew the best practices. We went through every single setting in Kubernetes that looked security related and wrote something down. So you don't have to be an expert before you get started in these things. And over time, we've improved it. Another reason why I would recommend people do this is bad security benchmarks and bad security standards make people dislike security. Good security standards help, but bad ones actually hinder. Because what will happen is if there's a bad security standard, it has bad recommendations in there that aren't applicable, all the people doing it will hate it, and they'll try and throw it out of the bin, they'll try to avoid it. So time spent in improving these standards, and it's not just CIS benchmarks, but time help improving these standards, or indeed even legislations. We've had quite a lot of people from government here, writing good laws that actually do things as well as possible, and it is hard to do well, no questions asked there, can really help. Another one I was involved in was PCI, who manage all of the things to do with card payments, so if you Visa, MasterCard, all the merchants that do that have to comply with PCI. They had some new recommendations out for container orchestration, so helping to participate in those. I won't promise it's glamorous, and I won't promise it's not maybe a bit boring. You will spend a lot of time in meetings and writing documents, but if impact is your goal, then I would say that that is the best way to achieve it. So in all of this, I have been, there's a question of why. Why would I do this? Why would I go to meetups? Why would I attend conferences? Why would I write a standard? What's in it for the individual? Now, obviously, we're here for open source, right? And part of the answer to that question is altruism. A lot of people who help out in open source do it because they want to help out. A lot of people in the open source community that I've worked with, they do it because they're interested in it and they want to try and help out, and that's great. But that isn't the only benefit. There are other benefits to help working on open source security. The first one is you're working in the open, right? This is the great thing about open source. Every contribution you make, every document you help author, every meeting you attend is visible. And if you're trying to advance your career in security, this is something you can point to that any prospective employer can say, hey, yep, I can see you know what you're doing because you've got these contributions. So that's a good benefit. Also, there's the human aspect of you meet people. You meet people who are involved in this industry and people who can teach you things. I've learned so much from talking to other people when going to meetups or events or working on a benchmark or something like that. So there's an opportunities for learning there as well. And this can really help people's careers. To give you a couple of real-world examples, from Security Stack Exchange days, I know of at least 2 people who didn't work in security when they started answering questions, but by dint of their contributions and then some other things they did like attending and starting to speak at conferences, they were able to move their careers into security, which is where they wanted to go. And they did that through things like answering questions on websites. So it can help there. My own personal thing, I've been approached, I think 3 times now. I've actually got a job because I wrote a blog. Literally, I had someone phone me up and say, hey, we saw you wrote this blog, and now we're talking to you about a job because you obviously know something about this topic. So there can be benefits. The altruism, I don't think you can't rely on it, and I'm not going to promise anyone anything. You can do these things for years and none of this will happen. But that said, I think there are some additional benefits as well. So more information. I have said many things. There are lots of information about how to contribute to open source and how to contribute to open source security. These are some of the ones that I, in going through, mainly around the kind of process of getting started. It's something you do have to think about, but there's lots of good links. These are some of them. And they're ones I would recommend having a look at if it's something you want to do more of. So, thank you. Hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully that's given people some ideas of how they could contribute or encourage other people to contribute to open source and some of how the benefits you might get if you did that. I think we have 5 minutes for questions, if anyone has any questions.
I don't have a question. I just want to say, you're absolutely right. I got my job. I'm contributing.
Oh, we got a paddle and everything. Cool.
I don't have a question. I just want to state the fact that the job that I have is only because of my contribution to open source securities, and I got this job. So
yeah,
it's
the
true.
proof
Is in the pudding.
I've definitely worked with quite a few people who have managed to, either get a job or move ahead through contributing. And I said I wouldn't rely on, I didn't do it for that reason. I've been writing a blog for 18 years now, something like that. And I didn't start it with the view of doing anything more than just writing down stuff that might be useful to people. But it can have good effects as well.
I did want to just come back. I really liked some of the ways to enter and get started with open source. I just wanted to comment my own experience. Within CNCF, they've got the really great language dictionary, essentially, that they're building out, and we're trying to understand how to translate into every language possibly some of these concepts that were, came up maybe 15 years ago with 2 people building them, and some of those languages, some of the terms that we use in English-speaking open source don't translate. And I think if you really want to learn, those conversations are incredible spaces to be, because you have to have multilingual conversations about the way technology works in order to redefine it. Go and check out the CNCF dictionary and get started for free. You can just join in the Slack. It's very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I'll kind of hold out the other ones I participate in, so I probably would say nice things about them. But both CNCF and Kubernetes projects specifically have got a good record of encouraging new contributors. I've seen people come in the Kubernetes project, start from just helping out all the way up to leading a release. I know someone who's actually gone through that whole process to the point of leading a release of Kubernetes. So it's definitely something where you can start off without a lot of background and experience, and people will encourage you and help you and get you to the point where you can do something quite significant.
I just wanted to echo the aptitude, not experience piece, because I think people who just demonstrate their desire to help really go a long way. I was also like a Stack Overflow and server faults addict for many years. And when Stack Exchange took the funding and sort of exploded out into all those other sites, I actually found the inertia of contributing to the security Stack Exchange super high, because it was sort of broad and wide, and security has more of a sort of technical reliance on absolute correctness, kind of the buck stops there. So I wonder if you had any advice for somebody who would be just looking to get into that almost like question-answer advisory space as to how to maybe select questions or how they would go about that.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I'd almost say that security Stack Exchange, I'd almost say I would answer, if it was me, I would answer security questions not on security Stack Exchange now, because there are a lot of times things like Stack Overflow, server fault, security topics will come up, and the same experts aren't necessarily watching. What I typically use tags. So my approach now is I have a specific technology interest, which is Kubernetes and Docker, so I have those tags highlighted, and Stack Overflow and all the other sites support that. So you can tag things and then say, I want to search for this tag. So you could say Kubernetes and security, or I want to search for everything on Kubernetes and security, and then I look through those, and I see ones where either I know or I'm interested enough to go and research the answer. So I think there's good options, but yeah, you're right, it can be tricky. Social media is the other one. I've actually had some people who've been quite happy with contributions like Docker and Kubernetes subreddits. There's subreddits for everything though. So you can get all sorts of different places to obviously with the caveat of it's social media and the usual care is needed when contributing to social media.
Hi, thanks for the talk. It was extremely interesting, and thanks for all the great open source work you've done. I concur, I got all my jobs through my open source contributions, including my latest one. It is great and highly profitable. On the standardization slide you mentioned, I maintain a website which connects standards with each other. And I've done quite a bit of research on how many standards there are. Answer is way, way more than you think. Come to my talk tomorrow, you'll find out. But why do you think we should make more standards?
So in an ideal world, you wouldn't make more standards. But the realistic fact is that different bodies got different goals in life. Standards are really hard. Writing it, the higher you get, more abstract you get in standard writing, the more general you have to be, and the less specifics you can make. So there's an element of saying it'd be nice to have something really high level, but then you want something with a bit more technical applicability. Actually, the good example is the PCI standard I helped on. We had to remove all product names from that because it was a container orchestration standard, not a Kubernetes standard. So no mention of the word Kubernetes could come into it. And what I ended up doing, because I thought it was a good idea, was I ended up writing 16 blogs to go through all the sections and add Kubernetes-specific things back in. So the problem is essentially you have this kind of tension between this has to apply across here. Well, if it does that, it can't be anywhere specific enough to give someone the detail they need to implement it. So you end up with that. And then you get special interest groups. The health sector, for example, has got different security goals than the financial sector. So they end up having their own standards. And absolutely, it's not ideal, for sure. But I've never found a good way of like squaring that circle of saying, how can I make something which is technical enough to allow IT people to implement it, but has the breadth to kind of cover all the areas. And I'm 1 minute over and I'm conscious. I'm like, oh no, I won't get into trouble actually because there's a break. Any other questions? Feel free to go. We're just eating break time now. So I won't get shouted off. Or I'll be good. Everyone wants a break now. I've mentioned it. Awesome. Yeah. Great stuff, thank you.
All right, time for a break, but do come back here at 4 p.m. for modeling on threat models, which is exciting to me, at least. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back to the security track. This afternoon, we are going to be starting off with something that I find especially interesting, in part because I've been working with Dan Kahn on threat modeling for quite a bit. So, threat modeling for open source. Dan Kahn, walk us through.
Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, thanks for inviting me to speak today. What we're going to talk about is modeling threats out in the open source. So I actually quite like the pun. Anyway, a little bit about me. I'm a developer advocate for SOOcon23, who deal with dependency management tools, about software supply chain tools to help us all out. They also do a lot of open source stuff as well, which is very good. Take a look, in particular Lyft. I've worked as a developer for 10 years. I've done various languages, and I've been interested in cybersecurity for just as long. About 3 months into my first job, many years ago, basically I got hacked. And it's quite embarrassing to say, but it was a very important lesson to learn how to, because incident response on the fly when you don't know what you're doing is an eye-opener, that's for sure. I'm now qualified in cybersecurity. I'm not an Australian rugby player. That's somebody who's a few years younger than me, and I think he should change his name, even though he's more famous. So what is threat modeling, and why should we care? You know, this is the kind of thing, right? We have a lot of people that say about threat modeling being good, but it's actually quite difficult to sometimes explain that to people as why it's really important. It's a great quote, Victoria Drake from OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project. You know, this is how they start with their explanation. Threat modeling works to identify, communicate, and understand threats, mitigations within the context of protecting something of value. And I think that's an important thing at the end, the something of value. It doesn't mean that it has to be open source. It doesn't mean that it has to actually be cyber, in fact, or IT. You can model anything you want. Obviously for today, open source is the best, is ideal, but it doesn't have to be that. A few years ago, we had Adam Shostak, Zoe Braterman, and Elisa Miller, and quite a few others. They created what's called the Threat Modeling Manifesto in 2020. Threat modeling can take quite some time sometimes. One thing that's, as a developer, I experienced, and also experienced the other end trying to get people to do it, is that after you do a few sessions, some people go, we don't want to do this anymore, you know? Or, you know, they feel that there's a barrier between security and development. This manifesto kind of was looking towards, a bit like what the Agile Manifesto did for Agile. This is looking to what threat modeling, the same thing. So it's four main questions, and that's really all threat modeling is. What are we currently working on? What can go wrong? What are we going to do about it? And did we do a good job after we've implemented it? And if you think about that, threat modeling is quite simple. It's not, I don't think any question there is anything that a developer would be that shocked about either. You know, that's what they probably review and the end of every sprint, right? If you think of those questions of like plan, do, act, and check, it's kind of the same thing, right? And, you know, there's a real kind of importance of why we should care because, you know, criminal was going to crime. You know, I really didn't like that. What I wanted to do was do criminal was going to crim, but my English sensibility didn't really like that one either. But what is important is, you know, the various attacks that kind of happen day in, day out these days. So without scaring too much, you know, VMware Rescue ransomware over the weekend, in fact, you know, outdated versions. They're now part of a ransomware attack. You know, 30 to 40% of all Log4j downloads are still of the vulnerable version 1 year on. You know, these things, you know, are used by criminals day in, day out to basically attack us. And if we actually had some kind of threat modeling in there, as well as tools, you know, you could use dependency tools, but in particular threat modeling at the beginning, we could ask those questions. What tools are you using? Is your software up to date? Do you have a plan for this? And again, it's asking questions. How can we improve on that? So I'm going to talk about some threat model frameworks around that. You know, this is not an exhausted list. There are very many. But these are kind of the more popular ones. Now, I'm not going to say which one is the best, because what you'll find is that actually, dependent on what you're modeling, they all have their benefits, except for one, and we'll get to that one quite soon. But this is the important thing. That, it's in a way like Agile. Personally, these frameworks are there to help you, and if you find that they're not working for you, then you should be able to kind of adapt them to a certain extent. So MITRE ATT&CK, yes, it is an and, but you kind of say it like attack. Adversarial tactics, techniques, common knowledge. And this is in particular used to basically think about how someone is going to actually attack your system. There's a similar one by Lockheed Martin called Cyber Kill Chain. And they're kind of a similar thing. This was first released by MITRE in 2018, and it's what I like about MITRE as opposed to Cyber Kill Chain is that MITRE is just a free and open source pool of knowledge. It doesn't, it just thinks about how something can be attacked in the most general of terms. It takes it from a perspective which is, it's like, so it uses tactics, techniques, and procedures, which is essentially, thinking of it from a terrorist point of view. And it's using intelligence of what has kind of happened before. So it's not kind of really thinking outside the box. It's actually saying, this attack happened on this day, and because of that, the likelihood of this is going to improve. Is it good for open source? I don't know. But I think probably, potentially, maybe not. It's mainly best used when you're actually thinking in a red team attack capability. Obviously, because they are tied to adversaries, it is very tied to that red team thinking. So we also have Dread. So it's a mnemonic of different areas. Now, Dread, it's basically qualitative risk analysis. So it's based on opinion. So opinions change, right? You can't have a particular opinion. How do you say one opinion is better than the other? Well, the truth is that really you can't without some kind of factual underpinning. And what Microsoft found is that same things are being scored highly wildly different because scores are subjective. So Adam Shostak, there was he mentioned that Microsoft banned it in 2008. They don't use it in their stuff. Abandoned, sorry, not banned. It's still used by some businesses though, because I don't know whether it's a knowledge that they actually find some good use in it, or whether for them it just works better. So it's kind of worth bringing up. But it is kind of like the people that kind of created it at Microsoft, they have kind of not used it anymore. So then we go to pasta. Anyone hungry at the moment? Yeah, there's definitely a few. Right, excellent. I always get really hungry when I think of this. Don't know why. But attack simulation and threat analysis, it's quite a similar thing to MITRE ATT&CK in that sense, but it has 7 stages. So you can imagine this is it takes quite a while to go through all of the stages sometimes. But it's centered around risk, your appetite risk. So you have stage 1, which is to define your objectives. Based on, so basically how do you define objectives? You go through regulatory influence, you go through a load of policy documents, you might even look at your company records. Data classifications that you might have, particularly if you work in government maybe. Stage 2 is defining your technical scope, what your attack vectors, boundaries, identifying dependencies. And then you have stage 3, which is breaking down the application, data flow diagrams, asset models, which then goes to stage 4, which is the analysis of threats, which I guess we've now taken stage 4s to get to the third question of, what is the threat? Then it goes to stage 5, which is then analyzing the vulnerabilities, and then stage 6, which is analyzing the attacks. Finally, by stage 7, you've got a risk and impact analysis. So it's quite long-winded, right? It can take some time. So Linden. So Linden in particular is a bit of a different one. It's quite a mouthful as an acronym mnemonic. Again, it's another one where each of these sections means something and is scored appropriately. So in particular, this is only used in privacy. So threat models don't have to actually be open source, as we said. So this one actually focuses still on open source though, but with a privacy perspective. You know, we think of these things as applications, and you know, the ability to about repudiation is a bad thing. Linden actually scores, you know, it's better to have non-repudiation, so it's a huge conflict one, really. You know, sometimes privacy and security aren't the same. You know, they are actually quite different. So it's an interesting one to maybe do if you have time, as well as one of the others, to choose maybe Linden to think about your privacy leakage as well, and the threats around that. So, yeah, that's kind of what I roughly have said. It comes in an easier to learn version called Linden Go, and that's kind of like unfamiliar to privacy, which I'll kind of touch on. It's kind of a card game, which is very similar to Stride. So Stride isn't a card game. There's a card game called Elevation of Privilege, which is basically devised by Adam Shostak quite some years ago. And it's, again, like Linden Go, Elevation of Privilege, they are ways of introducing threat modeling to those that might be unfamiliar to it. Stride in particular, spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. These are, it's much more direct than the other frameworks. You know, it's basically it kind of says, these are the 5 things that could happen in your system, and one of your, what you're going to find is actually what, it will fit somewhere. Developed by Microsoft again. This one's actually the oldest. It's been around for many, many years. 1999. 23 years now. Well, 24. It's still incredibly popular because it's straightforward to use, and it's kind of best served when you actually have a system that you know quite well, and you now want to answer questions on it. So if we kind of like go back to our 4 questions, that's those are 4 questions that are being asked, and we can keep repeating those with Stride, and we can keep moving on and saying, well, did we do a good enough job? And if we haven't, then we can go back and keep repeating, right? So, is that all threat modeling is? No, that's a framework. So what a framework does is it moves to a diagram. Now, this diagram is, as say, working with Sal, Michael Crenshaw, and Zach Aller from Argo CD. I think they came to us a few months ago. And we've been helping them really trying to define different areas of boundaries. What is threat modeling and what isn't? Threat modeling is a threat. If you see a threat in a system, then put it down, model it, try and understand that threat and how to mitigate against it. So as you can see within here, we have, on the right, on the left-hand side, we have, like the build infrastructure. Now, is that part of Argo CD? Not really. But actually, what we have seen in recent times with SolarWinds, etc., you can attack at the build area. You can, in a way, have people that will infiltrate a business, sit there for 7 months if they want. And this is not SolarWinds, this is me being highly general. But you can infiltrate a business for 7 months. You can sit there, learn, understand, all to do with the server infrastructure, and then one day maybe decide to be an insider threat. You can have somebody that is actually working completely innocently, and might also be a threat. The possibilities are endless, but how do you do that when you're considering an open source project? Now, I think with anything, you can think of an infinite scope, which is completely wrong, right? You need to time box this. You need to actually think that what is your responsibility in this? Are you responsible for the fact that someone ingested your open source library, so therefore you now have to think about different parts of the library, and you have to think about, whether that person employed someone? Not at all, because, it's out of your scope. So, we'll ask the question again, what is threat modeling? So, let's say what isn't threat modeling? I mean, the existence of a threat model doesn't actually imply something is secure. You could go through this, you could ask questions, you could, understand things, you can write things down, but if you don't actually change anything, it's just a model of your threats that are very much alive, right? That's not secure. Value, as we saw in the initiative, is contextual, and so are threat models. You can't, just because your opinion of what is important to you is fixed does not mean that somebody else who might even use your product or your project is, they might have a different idea of what a threat model is. It's not just a diagram. It might look nice, but this is the basis of a threat model. What we now need to do is ask questions. So, for example, all these connections, are they HTTP? Well, that's really bad. Why are they not HTTPS? If they're TLS, what version of TLS? Are they 1.3, which is secure? If they're not, then we need to change that, or we need to raise tickets. In our infrastructure, how do we know that the people that are contributing to our open source project, how are they? Are they vetted? Do we have some kind of API keys that we could trace on them? Do we, lock down main branches? Do we, it's all these questions that kind of how do we connect in a Kubernetes structure, that's inherently open? Are we doing enough? And then, there's no need to boil the ocean. So if you're happy within your section that, your threat model is fine, then great. And what I think is important is probably to have threat models within open source to say, these are the things we haven't really thought about. We've thought about them, but we don't want to go further because actually that's somebody else's job. Or, whether that's the user or whether that's, a big corporation or whatever, But here's my limitations, and I think that would help, certainly, the community. So there's no need to boil the ocean on this. And collaboration is actually key. Shouldn't be, one thing that I've had before is threat modeling taught of, well, can I have your diagram? They'll say, we'll help you, but you need to create the diagram from scratch. And if you don't know what threat modeling is, how do you start on your diagram, right? How do you know all of the things that need to be mapped? So I think having sessions, at least at the beginning, to kind of say, let's work through this together. This is what we need as security people to say what we need to effectively assess the threat. We're going to ask questions, and they're going to be uncomfortable, but hopefully they're also going to be questions that you can give answers back to, and you're going to enjoy it as well. Most of all, this isn't war, so you get a lot of talking around cybersecurity about, in particular, Sun Tzu quotes, the act of war. And, I think, especially if you had a military background, I don't, but I would find that quite upsetting, that it's kind of, we're actually, it's not war, it's about, finding, threats, but that's, it's to make our lives better, it should be a welcoming thing, So, collaboration is key. Threat modeling is best done with a group as diverse in thought as possible, right? I will not think the same as somebody else that has never lived my history. They will think different to me. The more people you can get involved, it's not just for developers, it's not just for security people, it's not, if you have anyone that wants to get involved in the open source project, I think bring them all in. They might have, one of the best things I've had is played stride games, for example, or used different parts and then found, wow, okay, I didn't even think of that. And then you can plan it. It's great. Security really is for everyone. So that's a rough thing of what threat modeling is. It is a bit whistle-stop. So what does this actually mean to open source? Well, open source has got loads of threats, right? You got 742% year-on-year increases in software supply chain attacks since 2019, as we hear from the State of Software Supply Chain in its 8th edition by Sonatype. 6 out of every 7 vulnerabilities affecting open source are due to transitive dependency. So, thinking about kind of mapping these out and thinking, well, am I on the right version of this software? I know I'm using this. It's helping. And open source consumption is going to increase to 3.1 trillion total requests. So it's not going away. I think that's in the keynotes we heard earlier. It's definitely huge. It's something we need to kind of act on. And it's also difficult to model because you don't know how people, so much in software is it's difficult enough to know when you really understand a system and the infrastructure it sits on. it's difficult to understand how people will use that unexpectedly. That's why we do QA testing. It's why we do, penetration and mutation tests and all these other things that kind of help our lives get better. In the case of libraries, you know that your library might even be fine, but actually they might put it into an external bit of code and then actually find that, oh, wow, okay, it's actually, we have a different inherent problem here once, we're being interacted with in that way. You don't know the hardware that it sits on. You might think, you might be threat modeling in your case for something that's bare metal and actually realizing that they've put it into a Kubernetes cluster. It's a very different set of assumptions. So one thing that has kind of helped, say when working with Argo CD, is actually using something called Fragile, which was released a couple of years ago by Christian Schneider. It actually uses YAML to model architecture. And it will kind of generate these data flow diagrams that can be quite cumbersome to make quite simply. Once you've got the YAML set, it's actually very good. It has what's called a relative attacker attractiveness report. This is like a percentage, so when we go back to the diagrams, each of those has RAA with a percentage, and normally it's how the data flows between each diagram. It's incredibly useful from that. And not only that, it kind of also goes through, basically generates a PDF. It also generates a risk assessment, asset diagram, sorry, to help, and it also generates PDF to display risks and unmitigated risks as well. So Fragile is written in Go. It can be run in a REST server or a Docker container. But the best part of it, though, is you can create actually base templates. So this might be something that kind of open source can consider. If you're working in a Kubernetes cluster, they're going to have quite a similar structure. If they're working on base metal, there's a general setup for these things, right? You know that if your main configuration is server to server, that's going to have, you can make assumptions on that. And this might help security teams like the OpenSSF or CNCF, adopt these into their projects. So, yep, as we said, data outputs as a PNG. So, and output risks and identified as PDFs. Now, how do we do this for open source projects? Well, probably putting it into a .security folder. Think of like GitHub, for example. GitHub is a .github folder, which has various license information. It has all sorts of things that now allow people to ingest that in the project. I think Maven Central has the safety rating, again, Sonatype safety rating, which is based on how a project is considered, it's a metric on how safe we consider that project. Now, if we could add a threat model to a .security folder, now we can actually maybe put that on a front page somewhere and say, this project has gone through a model analysis, and now what we can do is say, it might not be right, it might be ongoing, but at least that process is happening. And then that might help other people, think, do they want to have that as part of their project or not? So, very quickly, are we doing a good enough job? So, I think with all of these things, we go back to that question 4. Are we, as open source professionals, as, people that work in tech in general, are we doing a good enough job when it comes to understanding threats or understanding security? There's quite a lot of different organizations now. The NCSC over here is very good at, they've been great with getting a lot of really good information out. NIST over in the States and generally worldwide. BCS here again, great. In particular, they've just kind of ramped up the cybersecurity special interest groups that I think is very important. And then obviously the OpenSSF and CNCF have been doing some really good work. In particular, they have the OpenSSF scorecard. So some work that was done by SOAP, but they basically looked at what is the most useful thing for identifying vulnerable projects, right? So we have code review. followed by dependency pinning, followed by binaries, followed by locking down major branches. So, what can we say about that? Well, threat modeling really, if you think about it, code review is the best thing we can do. Threat modeling is actually a security code review. And if you think about it as something that you do at design and throughout, little bit by little bit, it can be as important as a code review. It's that's the most effective way of reducing errors to a code base. And having defined threat model templates backed by open source organizations will be really important to speed up this adoption. So now we've got the model, what else can we do? Well, we can use tools to manage threats, and there's loads of free ones that open source can use. There's great rapid templates of known infrastructures, and really question your open source projects. Even if you're not the project owner, there's nothing to say to you. Well, let's see what I can find out about this project, and is that going to help me for what I want to use it for? Because security is for everyone. Thanks for listening. Oop.
I actually have a question for you. How is threat modeling for an open source project different from doing it on your own surface area in a corporation? What are the factors that you might have to consider?
I think a lot of the difference is that a lot of open source projects just don't have the amount of people that you have in corporations. So, you have to think about ways of trying to get different people to collaborate on them. There's also that you don't really, in a corporation, what your infrastructure is, right? You understand, because it's what your company's paid for. With open source, you can have different, different libraries can work on various different things, which makes it much more difficult, but I think it actually makes it also, opens up another set of questions which might be helpful.
Any other questions along the way? Oh, excellent.
Thank you. Merci. So we know part of the problem of open source is the complication that it's mostly voluntary workloads or underpaid, understaffed projects, but where does the buck stop with open source? And then if the security is spotted by a corporation, then should they be morally required to fix that? Or who's in charge of the security of open source? Small question.
Who is in charge of the security of open source? I mean, that is a really good question, right? And I think there is a certain bit of self-accountability. I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. I think in a way that's the wrong way to think about security, right? We should want to be secure. We should want to make this better, and I think, I think having the option of, oh, well, it's somebody's fault, I think that's the kind of wrong, or that's somebody's responsibility. I think that's the wrong way of framing it. It should be everybody's responsibility who wants to impact open source. We should all be thinking, even if we're not coding it, even if we're not involved in the security conversations, we should be thinking, how can we make this better?
Great talk.
Thank you.
Often the outcome of a threat model can be quite abstruse and difficult to comprehend. Do you have any favorite ways of presenting that final piece of information to, and perhaps there are different audiences as well as different roles that they have, so for any of those permutations?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, it's really weird, like general reports, PDFs explaining in words, and tables, actually is the best way sometimes of getting across a lot of information, but also non-technical. You kind of try and say it in the most simplest ways to kind of explain, well, how does that impact the project? How does this impact what I'm trying to do? I think that's, you know, a lot, like, so for example, yeah, we go back to like the architecture diagrams. That's great if you're a developer. It's great if you work in security because you're used to seeing them. But some people might not be, you know, some people might, you know, and that kind of keeping it as a architecture diagram and nothing more kind of just blocks out whole areas of open source that, you know, want to get involved, but they might not necessarily be able to read that particular way of conveying something. So I think the more different ways that you can explain things and pointing to the, you know, not saying don't do a diagram, but do a diagram, then have a proper write-up, do a report, you know, point to these things, point to these tables, you know, make it very clear this is wrong because here's the CWE or the CVE that says it's wrong, right? And let people kind of make the connections, and then they can help as well.
One more question. So when I think of threat modeling, I kind of think of it, and I explain it to people this way, right? Like, consider it a body, like a human body that has an immune system that will flare up. And when we're doing a threat model, it just means we went to a doctor on one day and they said, here's what's up, here's kind of the elements that you may need to pay more or less attention to. And I think that's really interesting, but increasingly, the adoption of threat models in open source, I think, gives us an incredible opportunity that I'm excited about, of not having every maintainer relearn the basics of security. So as we're reaching out to packages and we are teaching project security, can these threat models genuinely, and this is still really an open question, but do we have the potential here to template those threat models and communicate in plain language to the audiences that do not understand these, bake into those some of the fundamental security limitations of those ecosystems and languages? So it's both a learning opportunity for those developers as well as an opportunity to expand that with their own package knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a great idea. You know, that is great to template these things to explain, because that's what is needed. You know, I think like the more people we can get involved in this, well, the better. You know, it's about, you know, as I say, there's so many projects which, you know, I think actually, you know, a lot of open source, there's a lot of investment into it. But sometimes, you know, it's more about kind of producing the thing for that particular area. You know, I think, you know, in a way what we need is, one, get like a basic standard of kind of tooling, so, you know, these products can ingest things and tell them these are the threats because you might be unaware of them. But also then on top of that, then you know, have these kind of like community-based, you know, well, let's show what your information is. Let's get that. We have a base template for what you do. You can use this, and then we can build on that by having discussions, but, you know, deeper into your code base or into your architecture to kind of explain, well, okay, now you want to be a graduated C and CF projects, here is how you can make that happen.
And keep going to the doctor. You can't do it one time.
No, exactly. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the thing about threat modeling as well. It's not something you do at the beginning of the design phase and that's it. It's not something you do at the end of the project. You know, it's a very agile process. You know, it's like, you know, gardening. You know, it's you know, something that has to keep happening time and time again. And it's not like, you know, what it shouldn't be is something that somebody kind of comes in and goes, oh, this is wrong, do it. It should be something that, as a collective, everybody involved in the project should want to be able to do. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Coming on stage shortly is Naveen, who is going to talk to us about the health of open source dependencies. This is going to be a really, really interesting talk about the ways that we're building out some of the infrastructure to be able to understand when and how to choose good packages. So welcome to the stage.
Hi. Do you know the health of open source dependencies? Introducing OpenSF scorecard. OpenSF, like people spoke about that. One of the projects is I work and contribute is for scorecard. Oh, sorry, I don't work, but I contribute to scorecard. Who am I? I'm Naveen Srinivasan. I work at Endor Labs. Endor Labs is a supply chain security startup. I'm not here to talk about Endor Labs right now at this moment over here. Other than Endor Labs, I contribute to open source. This is me last 2 years. I contribute every day. This is what I do. And then I'm a little obsessed about contributing to supply chain security right now. This is Brian. Brian couldn't come to this conference. Usually Brian and I present this. So I'm gonna let Brian take, Brian was able to record and give an overview. Usually Brian does this initially, so I'm gonna let Brian's recording play, and after that I'm gonna take over.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there with you directly today. If you have any questions, still reach out to me after the presentation. My name's Brian Russell. I'm a product manager on Google's open source security team. And one of the things that I focus on is the OpenSSF scorecards. I wanted to take a few minutes, talk to you about the problem that scorecards is seeking to solve, and I wanted to talk about what scorecards are and a little bit about how they've been doing so far. So let's start with that problem. If we take a look at this diagram, we start to see a little bit of what modern digital infrastructure looks like when you peel back the curtain and you look a little bit behind the scenes. You see a real mix of dependencies that projects have taken on. Some of them are big, some of them are small. A lot of them are not very obvious when it comes to how they're being maintained or exactly how risky some of these dependencies really are. This is especially true with security. We don't have a lot of insight into which projects are adhering to some really secure practices and which projects need some improvement. So the question starts to become, what if we had some of that insight? What if for some of these components, we were able to see projects that are doing really well, they're doing some really good things in terms of maintaining their security, making sure that they are developing all of their projects in a secure manner. Which projects need some improvement and which ones really, really need some improvement? This insight is what Scorecard is really looking to bring to the community. So let's take a look at what Scorecard is. Here's an example of one. This is actually a scorecard of the Scorecards project. I pulled this from deps.dev, and it shows a list of different heuristics or checks that this project adheres to. So each scorecard is going to be composed of different checks, which I want to go into a little bit more detail. These are a couple of examples. There's an additional 17 on top of these. Expect that list to keep growing. If we look at what a check is, it's a name, it's a description, it's a risk level associated with it. It's what level of access do you need to check it, and it's any other notes that help explain what it does. So for binary artifacts, this is a check that's looking to see, are there any binaries in the repo, which is to say, is there any obfuscated source code in the repo? This is a high level risk if there are binaries there. And this is something that Scorecard is checking for. So the second question on top of the criteria is really, how is this information getting populated? And so for that question, we want to be able to say, a scorecard is getting produced automatically. It's not something that people are filling out forms or are manually populating. Scorecards use GitHub's APIs in order to see which information or evidence is present such that we can say that a check exists or doesn't exist. And the way that API is called is really in one of two ways. Either a project is running the OpenSSF Scorecards GitHub action, in which it runs just like other GitHub actions. When changes are made to that project, you can check for each of the individual scorecard checks. The other way that this is run is to have a local execution, just using a command line utility that still calls GitHub API for all of the information that's associated with the project. So that's the gist of Scorecard and what it is. Let's talk about how it's been doing so far. Right now, we have over 1,000 installs of our GitHub action. That number continues to grow. We have increasing numbers of people that are watching, working, and starring the project. Right now, our focus is really on growth and increased adoption of Scorecard. So we want to continue to do things that will keep moving those numbers up. And we've also seen some positive traction when it comes to different foundations and organizations that have been using scorecards. Eclipse has been using this as a tool to help measure some of the security of its projects. Envoy has been using different pieces such that it is able to see whether or not scorecards could be a fit for more of its projects. It's actively giving feedback. And Sonatype has a couple of things that it's doing, but one of them that I'll talk about in just a second is that it used scorecards in some of its research to see how well it can help predict if a project is going to be vulnerable in the future. One other notable organization that's using it is the CNCF. There's a quote here from Chris talking about how the CNCF is using scorecards in dozens of its projects and in its Security Slam competition. So a little bit more about Sonatype. The full report is available online, and I recommend that everyone checks it out. It's Sonatype's annual State of Software Supply Chain report, and there's a specific section that talks about tools or indicators that can identify which projects are going to be vulnerable over time. Scorecards was one of the tools that was talked about in that section, and it can be used to gauge whether or not a project is going to have a high or low likelihood of incurring vulnerabilities in the future. There's also a breakdown of which specific checks within Scorecard provided higher or lower indications of whether or not the project would become vulnerable. Don't have time to get into the full research, but that's why I encourage everyone to just take a look at that report, and in particular, take a look at the sections on scorecards. So in terms of features that we have right now, I've already mentioned the existing GitHub action as a way to run scorecards. We also last year bootstrapped a project that is scanning the top 1.2 million open source repositories, and that the criteria for those projects was a rough measure of criticality. Naveen will go into that a little bit further. What that project is doing right now is undergoing some infrastructure tooling. So right now those scores are still essentially those of December of 2022. We expect that project to be back by the middle of this month. So those scores will be repopulated and become fresh again. The couple of things that are going to be discussed further in this talk are the API, which Naveen will go into more details, and we'll also talk about how you can add the OpenSSF scorecards badge to a project. So with that, we'll transition back to our content in person, and I'll leave it to Naveen to go from there. Thank you again. Hi, everyone.
Okay, thanks to Brian. One of the things that Brian mentioned is we released Scorecards API. Why did we release the API? Prior to releasing the API, Scorecards has been running scans for almost a year, a little more than a year, for 1 to 1.2 million repositories. What it essentially means is it takes top 1 million repositories and runs a scorecard every week and takes the data and stores that into a BigQuery, and it's available for everyone to go get the data. But one thing we realized is when we spoke to customers or anybody who uses this, they found it'll be much more easier to provide a standard HTTP API over than going and hitting the BigQuery, which was a little jumping over the hoops. That led us to go build this API. This API is a standard HTTP API, which has GET and a POST. I'm going to get into details of what would GET do, what would POST do on this specifically. Where's this API? This API is available on api.securityscorecards.dev. And we also model this API specifically to make sure it's predictable. So here in this example, I have Kubernetes. Kubernetes, if you go hit this API, or if you go hit the curl command for this, this should give you a JSON output to what's similar to what Brian showed in the video. Instead of it being a table format and HTML will be a JSON output. So essentially, anybody should be able to replace Kubernetes with another project, and you should be able to get the results. If that project is either installed the GitHub action or it's part of the 1.2 million repositories. One of the critical things that we also made sure we did part of this API is you don't need any tokens. There's no authentication required. It's public good instance. So essentially, anybody should be able to utilize this API. Second thing is we are not throttling any requests right now. So please don't DDoS this. So what does this API serve? The GET serves the 1.2 million repositories. So essentially, if you have a dependency and you're like, OK, how do I know this dependency is good? Oh, I see a Sonatype report that says, oh, figure out are these projects using GitHub scans, but how do I know that? And this is the idea behind providing an API to go hopefully get results on any of your dependencies to use this API. At this moment, like Brian mentioned, we are going through some restructuring of the infrastructure, but it should be back up. But still, the existing data is still there. We released this API in the fall of last year. We are seeing about 85,000 to 100,000 requests every day. Who's using the API? To be honest, we don't know. We don't know who's using the API. If anyone is using, we get these kind of GitHub issues wherein we went and looked at this person. This person was a university student in Europe. That's what we know. We don't know who's using this API, to be honest. This is great that we have this API, but what can we answer with this API? So we decided, OK, what can we answer this API? How can people take it back to their own organizations and figure out what they can answer? So we decided, how about us trying to run code review? Code review is one of the checks within Scorecard. So essentially, utilize that check to figure out for the top 1,000 critical projects. How did we come up with top 1,000 critical projects? We didn't come up with that. There's another OpenSSF project called Criticality Score. It's a great project. Please go look at that if you have time, or if you want to know how the project, to figure out what are the most critical projects. It's based on one of the algorithms by Rob Pike, and we utilized that data from that, and we took the top 1,000 critical projects. We said, let's hit the API with these top 1,000 critical projects and see how are they doing. Looks like most of them are doing well, except a few of them, but this is good. So essentially, we know where we want to spend our time on in trying to solve these problems. The next thing is a similar check is something called binary artifacts, like what Brian mentioned. We went and saw the top 1,000 critical projects. It looks like most of them are doing really well. A very teensy bit of them require some help. But these are the questions that you should be able to answer on your dependencies as to how do I know these are doing well? Okay, enough with slides, right? Just show me the code. Okay. Okay, sorry, this is way too small. Okay. I think, okay. This is written in Go. So what I'm showing right now is the code that I use for doing the previous graph, the pie chart, but not the pie chart, but just the data for the pie chart. So I'm familiar with Go, scorecard is written in Go, but essentially anybody should be able to use any programming language to get this. The meat of this code is essentially what you see here is the get score. Like I mentioned, it does not have any tokens, anything. It goes and gets that repository, whichever repository you're looking for. Gets the JSON output from that, deserializes to a struct, and you should be able to get the data. And I take here, I'm jumping on top. I take the top 1,000 critical projects that I was able to download from the GitHub repository, from the criticality score, go take that, simultaneously go hit the API, and should be able to get the results of this. I'm going to jump back to the slides. Where can you find this code? This code is available for anybody to go get it. It's under my own personal repository, but anybody should be able to utilize this code, fork, clone, get this as an example to go hit them for their own organization or projects, whatever they are working on. Okay, usually I do this with Brian, but Brian is not there, so I'm going to play a little game to figure out what is the usefulness of this API. I am going to be the contributor. I'm going to play the similar role as Brian. Brian is usually playing the security maintainer hat. I'm going to go to Brian. I want to submit a PR with a new dependency. Is this dependency in a healthy state? Would a scorecard be helpful? What's a scorecard? Brian, have you checked out the scorecards repo? This is great. I'm going to use the API for checking for all my future dependencies. I'll use this in my CI/CD workflow. It's so easy to use. Why isn't everyone using it? Our goal was so that people understand. We are, in fact, thinking about working on a GitHub action to make this possible within Scorecards project. So essentially, if you add a new dependency, our goal is to provide you the scorecard result in GitHub PR comment. So essentially, you'll be able to make a decision as to whether you want to take it or not. We are working on that. Hopefully, no promises, but hopefully by Q1, end of Q1, that's what we are trying to get to that. Okay. Like I mentioned, the scorecards API has two things. One is the scorecards get, the API had get, and next is the post, and that's where the badges are. The reason for the badges to essentially, obviously, to showcase what is your health of your open source dependency, so that anybody who can come to your project knows how is that project doing, so it makes it easier for human beings to go look at that. Sorry. Okay, I don't know if many of you are aware, the logo on the left is scorecards, the logo on the right is Sigstore. Scorecards love Sigstore. So why am I saying this? Scorecards GitHub Action uses Sigstore for doing its job. So not many of them are aware of that, but I just want to throw that out. Wait. This demo is going to be more of a can demo, so that it makes it easier for, this is probably going to be for a minute. So the whole idea of this demo is to showcase how easy it is to install a scorecard action. So you should be able to go to a scorecards repository and go click on the scorecards badge, just copy that, go to your own repository, click on your README, and you should be able to paste that, and then just change the owner and the repository in that section, in those two places, and you should be able to get a badge. But I'm going to throw a little caveat to this. One of the things is, if your repository is already part of the 1.2 million repository that we scan, either that, or if you need to install the GitHub action, only with these two stuff. Those are only two ways you can get a badge. But that does, if you can still run the action, but if you decide it's a private repository that I don't want to share the results, then you should still be good. Okay, so we are obviously looking for contributors, and if you want to come and hang out on our Slack channel, any of that, you should be able to hit us up over here. We meet every bi-weekly between 1 and 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you. Questions?
Hey, Thomas from EBM Systems. I'm familiar with the Scorecard project, but I'm kind of missing two things. So I develop a kind of an open SCA solution, so we can scan thousands of dependencies. But if I understand Scorecard correctly, it only has a limited index on what is currently a scorecard. So I actually have two questions. If we add scorecards to our project and we compute it for every dependency, do you accept that we upstream the data to the Scorecard project? Because you only have the top 1,000 projects?
So you want to essentially add 1,000 more projects to the Scorecard's existing scan?
So to give you a scale, we collectively, probably the whole community in our project runs about 100,000 scans per day. That's God knows incredibly amount of open source dependencies for which we have the source code and which we can technically run the scorecard thing on. Are you open to contributing all of the data that we have if we do this upstream? So if you have an API endpoint that I can just say, I run scorecard over this repository, here you go, this is the outcome.
So we are ready to take, if you want to scan, say, 1,000 more projects, you can come and add that to our, do a PR to our repository, we should be able to do that. But we don't take the data from anybody, we can run the scans for you, if that's the question you're looking for.
Yeah, so I would just want to call the API on the fly with any project and on the fly have a compute what the score is.
Yes, so you should be able, okay. So you want to use the API to push data to scorecards? Okay. It's a little tricky on that because we don't trust. How do we trust that whatever you're pushing is valid? Anybody can game the system. So in Open Source North America Summit, hopefully I've submitted a CFP to talk about how the internals of, how do you trust the scorecard if there's a GitHub action running on something else, and that's what we use Sigstore, and we just don't trust. We got to have a zero trust confidence to run this, and that's why we don't allow anybody to do a post. Only if you use the GitHub action, only then you can post data to that API.
Yeah, so Okay, understood. Second question, so my project has a scorecard, but the scorecard is incorrect. Do you like, what is the best practices?
If you don't mind, can you keep the mic? I can't.
Oh, sorry. My project runs the scorecard, since we follow all the best practices from NF, because we're an NF project. But sometimes the scorecard is wrong. Do you like the engineering best practices allow the maintainers to correct the data, since the tool doesn't correctly identify particular things?
Yes. So there are a couple of things on this. Not every scorecard being an automated tool, we are trying to do our best, and we are coming up with a way so that a project can say, it's okay, we are aware of this isn't an issue, a settings, a file so that we don't ding you for having that check not being done. So, but people can game the system, so we are coming up with two scores. One is with that settings file, wherein you can override that, and one is raw scores without that. So essentially, consumers of scorecard data can figure out which one to go about. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Our next talk is going to be at 5:10, so you've got about 5 minutes to get up, stretch your legs as we get set up, and we will be starting exactly at 5:10. All right, starting promptly to begin at 5:10, I'd like to welcome to the stage Sonia, who's going to explain to us why your open source attack area is getting even bigger.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you to Open UK and the State of OpenCon for having me today and organizing this amazing event. Welcome to my session, The Iceberg Your Attack Surface Just Got Bigger. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, a few things. So first of all, we will have a look at a few open software attacks and what are some security challenges that we're facing in this ecosystem. Then we'll have a look at the iceberg, and you might be like this little emoji, asking yourself, what is she talking about? Well, I'll explain to you. Then we'll have a look at a couple of security tooling and starting points to enable guardrails in our project and code base. And finally, I'll close the session with some best practices to harden your project. So there are many types of attacks for open source software. Let's have a look at 3 scenarios. The first one is typo coding attacks. So this one is usually take place when bad actors push malicious packages to registry with the hope of tricking users into installing them. This is quite similar to website phishing attacks that exploit typos made by individuals who may accidentally typing a wrong address. So here we have an example with the package React with a typo. In that case, you will not install React, but a malicious package that has a completely different end goal. And in that case, usually it captures environment variables and sends them to an attacker-controlled remote server. Another example is malicious packages, which inject malicious code into a software product in order to compromise a dependent system further down the chain. So in this example, we're having a package called Fall Guys, and usually the malicious actor will try to surf on trends. So that package, that game has been quite popular during the pandemic. And user might think that by downloading this package, they can have an advantage within the game. So in that case, this package contains malicious code that attempts to read local sensitive files and exfiltrate information through a Discord webhook. So that was the entry point. Final example is compromising maintainers, where malicious actors will use social engineering methods to gain access to open source projects. So here we have an instance with the event stream package where the malicious actor did social engineering the maintainer. So what he did, basically, he was going through all the issues and see where he could push the code. So he pushed some cosmetic changes at first to build up the trust with the maintainer. And once he got more permissions, he actually pushed his malicious payload into the code base. And in that case, it was targeting a Bitcoin wallet. So his modus operandi was quite interesting, and going through all of the issues, see if he can contribute, and then be trusted and push his code. So this is known as a supply chain attack, also called third-party attack. And this usually occurs when someone infiltrates your system through an outside partner or provider with access to your systems and data. The bad news is it doesn't affect only JavaScript packages, as I've showcased with those examples. This is an issue for all ecosystems. We had a great example 2 years ago with Log4Shell within the Java community, with the Log4j vulnerability, which actually earned a vulnerability score, a severity rating of 10 on the CVSS scale, which stands for the Common Vulnerability Scoring System. And usually supply chain attack is quite an interesting entry point for attackers. So in a software supply chain attack, usually the attacker will use malicious code to compromise an upstream component in the chain with the goal of compromising the target of the attack, which is usually a downstream component. So compromising the upstream component is not the end goal. It's usually an opportunity for the attacker to compromise the target of the attack by inserting malware, providing a backdoor for future access, for example. And here you have an example with any of the links making up the software supply chain that could be compromised by submitting bad code, compromising the source control, by modifying the codes, by bypassing the CI/CD pipeline, and other scenarios. So vulnerabilities can originate from something as simple as a configuration error or using a software component that contains a known vulnerability, which is why maintaining and improving application security is so important for businesses, maintainers, contributors. So let's try to understand how this is possible, and let's all say hi to the iceberg. If you're still confused by this statement, let me explain it to you. So this is the iceberg, and this is usually a nice analogy to map the different layers of a modern application with a new risk profile. So you can see different layers. And if we start at the tip of the iceberg, which is the application code, this is usually the proprietary code that we write within an organization. This is usually 10 to 20% of the code base. We can have security issues at this stage. Then we have the open source layer with all the libraries and components that we add because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We don't want to waste time because we know that there is already one existing package for this feature that we want to implement. And there's also some security vulnerabilities at this stage as well. Then we have the containers layers, where because we want to containerize our application, again, we can have vulnerabilities depending on the base image that we're fetching and implementing into our project. And finally, we have the last layer with the infrastructure as code, where we need to consider the number 1 cloud vulnerability, which is misconfiguration. So now that we're more aware of our potential attack surface and the complexity that we have with all this layer, we need to think about how we can secure our software development lifecycle. So it is important to have guardrails at each stages of your pipeline to spot vulnerabilities as your attack surface is getting bigger. The good news is that you can implement guardrails within GitHub, and I'm going to go through the tools that you can find within the GitHub Marketplace by using different applications and actions, whether it's for your pet project that you want to demonstrate during your job interview or if you're a maintainer of an open source project. So this way, you can give your project the same level of protection as for a proprietary project. So what is the GitHub Marketplace? Just by a raise of hand, who here is aware of the GitHub Marketplace? Cool. OK, so the GitHub Marketplace was first introduced during the GitHub Universe in 2016. It's a place where developers can find integration and implement them into their workflow. And you can find application and actions that covers every area, like code review, continuous integration, dependency management, and others. So first of all, what do you need to consider? So as a maintainer, a contributor, choosing a tool, application, or action will depend mostly on your project and your team's workflow. So what kind of tech stack you're using, if you're deploying to Docker, if you're using Kubernetes, how many steps do you have within your pipeline? Can you implement guardrails at each step? So you'll find many tools and applications that would cover your needs. The good news for open source maintainers is that these applications are usually free for public repos or open source projects. And you can implement, for example, 2 tools to cover one stage. So let's say to scan your dependencies, you could use potentially Sneak and Mend. So both tools will have their pros and cons in terms of coverage and will help you have better visibility of your dependency on your projects. And if you think that one tool is better than the other, then you can still remove the one that you don't need. So how can you leverage security tools to create a basic pipeline and implement guardrails into your open source projects? So as I said, you can leverage the security application and actions available on the GitHub Marketplace to secure your pipeline at each stage of your development. And a basic pipeline would look like that. So you would have, for example, a software composition analysis tool to focus on identifying the open source in your code base. You would have a tool to prevent secret sprawling, so preventing pushing threads into your repo. And also a tool to cover static code analysis. But also, the most important thing is experiment. Get the right tools for your project, first of all. So let's have a look at secret sprawling. What is secret sprawling, first of all? So secret sprawl is the unwanted distribution of secrets like API keys and credentials through multiple systems. And one tool that I picked for this demo, and obviously you can actually, there's also alternatives for GitGuardian, but having a look at the product page, here this will give you more information. As a maintainer of a project, you will check if this is a suitable tool for your code base, for your project. And here we can see that GitHub has verified the application, and you will get more information on the company. But if the tool is open source, you can also navigate to the GitHub repo and have a look at how actively the maintainer and contributors are pushing to the project. How well is it documented? Is it easy to implement? Do they have like starting examples? But most importantly, would it cover your needs for your projects in terms of programming languages? And in that specific case, patterns to flag credentials and API keys. So usually when you scroll down the page, you will see the pricing and setup section. For public repo and open source projects, these tools will be free. You just need to select the account who will be responsible for installing the application. Then you'll be redirected to installing the application. You'll be prompted to install it on all repos or on selected repos. For this kind of application, I would recommend to have it installed on all of your repos, just to have the historical scan to check if you've already pushed any creds, password, or API keys. So check if you're happy also with the permissions required before implementing the tool and authorize it. And the workflow for implementing these tools from the marketplace is usually the same as this one. Then you have access to the dashboard of the tool that you've implemented, and you have visibility on all the repos that you've started importing. And then you can start the work of revoking keys and printing or cleaning your repos, depending on what you'll find. In terms of integration, a lot of these tools will propose a lot of these alternatives and options for integrating your workflow and pipelines. So if you're hosting on GitLab or if you're using a different CI/CD provider, so you'll have those alternatives usually with this tool. For this specific case, I would recommend to have a pre-commit, because you don't want to, you want to prevent a contributor or maintainer into pushing keys to your repo, and you'll be alerted through the CLI. Let's have a look at some software composition analysis tools. First of all, what is it? So software composition analysis focuses on identifying the open source and the code base, so teams can manage their exposure to security and license compliance issues. So as you can see, there's a few actors in this field. There's also many more. This is just to give you a few, some pointers. So again, on the product page, in that case, we're interested, what's the most important here is the supported languages that is covered by the tool and how it raises a pull request. So the important thing when you implement tools is to have actionable fix. It's great to have visibility on areas where you can improve your code by making it safer, but it's even better when you have a pull request raised to actually fix the vulnerability. So the point here is to have a suite of tools that help us improving the quality of our code and not to have tool fatigue, false positive, and wasting time in general. So this is an example of a PR that can be raised by one of these tools, giving you a little bit more info around which packages which version you have to upgrade to, and if there's any breaking changes. So how does it work on GitHub, now that you have installed a few of these tools? So basically, when a contributor will raise a pull request, it will trigger all the applications and the actions you have implemented within your pipeline. So for your secrets, for your components, for the quality of your code, for your images, for misconfigurations in your IC files, etc. This is what it looks like at the bottom of your pull request. You'll have the list of tools, GitHub Actions, steps that you've already implemented, if you have tests, builds, and other things that you've already set up, plus the security tools that we've added. And you can make them required also. You have the little tag on the right side. So you have a threshold that you would obviously discuss with your team, a quality threshold before merging the pull request and make sure that you have a clean build before pushing to production. Also, can you get value from ChatOps? So what is ChatOps first? So ChatOps is a collaboration model that connects people, tools, processes, and automation into a transparent workflow. So let's assume you can use a free Slack account where you can have your team or contributors discussing and having dedicated channels for specific tools. This will help you having that visibility on what is going on within your project. But most importantly, you will link all of these security tools through webhooks to feed the channels with this information. So we'd have everything in one place. And this is to set up monitoring and sending alerts, which is a vital piece where developers can help where they get the right information. So adding security guardrails at each stages of your pipeline is great, but you can also harden your open source project by applying the best practices. So let's see a couple of best practices. The first one, apply the least privilege principle. So basically, set the base permissions to no permissions on the members privilege section, so they can only clone and pull the public repos. To give a contributor additional access, the maintainer will need to add them to teams or make them collaborators on individual repos. So basically, create a team, add users, and allocate them to specific repos with specific permissions. Role-based access control. Make 2FA mandatory for all maintainers. So make 2FA mandatory for all maintainers and contributors. And also, if you don't do this, actually, by the end of 2023, GitHub will require all users who contribute code to enable one or more forms of two-factor authentication.
This will be set up, enabled by default. Protect your main branch. So this is to avoid, obviously, any accidental deletion by a maintainer. Yeah, so you would need to set this to protect your main branch. And also, you can record status checks to pass before merging. So if you remember the picture at the bottom of your PR, you had a list of tools with a little record tag. So this is actually where you would set it up. Review your project controls. So this would depend on reviewing the permissions for the GitHub actions. I would recommend to select the allow select actions, where you would allow the actions created by GitHub, so the one with the little blue tick, but also allow the marketplace actions by verified creators. And then you have a box where you could whitelist a list of actions that are vetted by your team. So you have already selected a list of actions that your team as maintainers and contributors could use. And also on the other side, this is the security tools that comes by default with GitHub. So this would include Dependabot and CodeQL, and this is where you would actually enable it and also set the thresholds. So depending if you want to have all of the notification or if you want to filter by only high and criticals, if you want to avoid a little bit of noise in your project. Review the checklist also within your project. So here, I know it's a little bit small, so sorry for that, but you have the security overview. So again, this is a checklist to make sure that you have a security policy, that you have security advisory, that you have Dependabot and code scanning enabled if you want to use these tools, or if you want to have alternatives. And on the other side, this is more, it's not really on the security side, but it's more like the community profile. Just make sure that you have description, a README, a code of conduct, and contributing license. Also, licensing is quite important. And make sure to have also some templates. So you have this checklist to help you have this enabled into your projects. But most importantly, showcase your project status, because you might be familiar with those little tags. So if you want to attract more contributors to your project, don't forget to showcase the health of your project using those little labels or tags that is application and actions workflow provide. And just add them at the top of your README file. So usually you would have your build tag, your testing tag. So yeah, we could also add some security tooling tags just to showcase this health. Cool. So some key takeaways. We know that open source components can be a vector for large-scale cyber attacks, and we've seen it 2 years ago with the Apache Log4j, which is an open source Java package. But while not all software written in Java is vulnerable, the affected package is widely used by developers, and there are many applications and services that use that library. And big tech firms such as Microsoft, Amazon, IBM, and others were affected. So having visibility throughout of your pipeline using different tools and guardrails is critical to reducing your attack surface. And we have seen that leveraging the application and actions from the GitHub Marketplace could help. So today, I only show you a couple of tools, but just like pointers. And you can start by creating a small pipeline. And when you get a little bit more confidence within your project, you can add more security tools on that. So as maintainers and contributors, do not hesitate to create a small pipeline for a start and experiment with some of these tools and also harden your GitHub projects for everyone contributing to it. And also the last thing, please don't push your keys on GitHub. Please. Yeah, so I'm Sunny Mwase. I'm a senior security advocate at Snyk. I'm passionate about DevSecOps, open source, and cloud security. I do other things outside of Snyk, but I'm not going to bore you with this today. But you can also link with me on Sunny Mwase on LinkedIn. Yeah, just wanted to say thank you for coming today at my session. I hope that you get a few pointers and guidance that would give you a little bit more appetite for securing your open source software. So yeah, stay safe in your journey to open source software contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have one question, and it's like very much kind of an open question for me. The recommendation of using Dependabot, yeah, it makes sense to update dependencies, but at least from the research that I've seen, you've got to lag a little bit behind that cutting edge. So yeah, it's great for patching, but isn't it, it's kind of this double-edged sword where you might be ingesting things automatically that you do not want to, potentially. Now, as we have increased adoption of SigStore and have more standardized security in the supply chain, great. But right now, I individually don't recommend teams to fully automate using Dependabot. Do you agree or disagree? It's a genuine open question.
If you feel that Dependabot is not the right tool for your team, I would say explore alternatives that might be that will feed less PRs, or if this is something that is bothering your team, I would say look for alternatives to Dependabot potentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's conceptually, it's all of these, unless so I want to be able to, potentially have Dependabot come in, but only conditionally, right? If perhaps it hits the OSSF scorecard and hits a certain rate, right? Without those checks in place, yeah, you're removing developer toil, but actually sometimes bringing in problems, right? I just think it's something that we should have more of a nuanced discussion around generally in security.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree that might be a little bit painful, that we need to have the setup. We might need to put a little bit more efforts in setting up, like putting all of these rules to make sure that we have the correct information for the developers, because we don't want to have like a suite of tools and creating that fatigue and of a lot of false positive and all of that. But from that, what I would recommend is to start somewhere for like those who are maintaining like small packages, or they might not have that security visibility. And yeah, as I said, if this tool is creating a little bit too much noise into your package, look for alternatives that would better suit your project.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that was the final session of the day. Thank you so much for powering through the security track. Plenty to do. If you head outside, both outside and upstairs, we've got some events planned for you. But tomorrow at 10 a.m. in this room, it will be personally what I think is the most important talk, because it's mine. Please come.